So we have some people signed up to speak on the proposed Elizabeth Historic District. But first, before we start all of that, I just want to welcome a special guest that we have with us here today. You'll recall at last month's workshop, the commission was asked to make a motion for the McCrory Heights seat representative. That information has been sent on to the mayor, and the recommended appointee, Shauna Bell, is here today just to observe. And we know the mayor appoints who she wishes at her pleasure. But we are very glad to welcome Shauna here to observe, and we hope that she will be joining us soon.
I will second that, and I think that it speaks volumes that Shauna is not even appointed yet and is sitting through one of our meetings. So thank you so much, Shauna Bell.
Okay, well, I would like to start with the pre-application reviews to make sure we get through those. And then we'll end with the Elizabeth comments, those, since those comments are limited to 2 minutes apiece. So first we have 224 West Kingston. And Eric, I know Eric's here. Hi, Eric. Is anyone joining you online?
No, we have people on the line, but
Okay, well, come on up, have a seat at the table. And just as a reminder, we have like 10 to 15 minutes per.
Well, we're at 12:40 now, so
Let's try and do 10.
yeah.
Per each. So, and I think you're presenting on both, right? Okay, great. Well, the floor is yours. The presentation is up. Please press the mic so the mic turns green if you press the button. And please speak loud and clear into the mic for everyone.
okay,
Thanks.
great. Well, thank you to the commission for your time and this opportunity. My name is Eric Weiner. I'm with Intech Group, and we're just really excited to be here to kind of open the dialogue on this 224 West Kingston. It's an exciting project for us. The current landowner has owned this parcel for decades and has decided that they would like to invest in the community and have their next generation of family be owners of this property going forward. So currently, where are we at?
Site plan pulled up.
Okay. Not quite sure the best way to do this. I can see what's going on. So currently, the site, as I think some of you probably are familiar with from past iterations, is currently an open field because this commission allowed the buildings that were on the site to be torn down a number of years ago. So this site sits very close to Tryon and really kind of access the corner of it as one of the gateways into the neighborhood. So I know that's an important feature of it. If you look at the upper right, you can see.
If you can speak into the mic.
Okay.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, okay, I can create,
Yeah.
that solves this. Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Problem solving. So 241 West Kingston, if you can see in the upper right-hand corner, that's directly across the street, and that building is the only multifamily historic example in the neighborhood and in the vicinity. So we're looking very closely at that building for our context, and we also really just enjoy how that building kind of presents itself, pedestrian on the street with the large porches and balconies and some of what that does. So if we could go maybe to the next slide there, you can see our site plan here. Now, we did inherit this site plan. This is a conditional zoning that was already approved a number of years ago under a different applicant. As some of you may be aware, conditional zoning is very specific as to what's already recorded with the city. You do need to follow where sidewalks for buildings and that sort of thing goes. So you can see we have a number of smaller multifamily buildings on the site that was already prescribed. One of the things that we're really trying to do, though, and you can see kind of in the hatched areas, is really come back, much like our example with these really functional 10 feet deep usable porches, and use that to relate to the street, the context of the neighborhood, the stoops, the stairs, that sort of thing. Next slide. So this is actually the middle building on our site. When we're kind of starting with this as our example, you can see we've really, as our preliminary design, we've really tried to pretty closely align this to the context of directly across the street. Like we said, we actually really enjoy this building. We're similar on height, we're similar on massing. As you can see, it's not a direct copy, but you know, we thought it was a very strong baseline, actually. One of the other things you will see, though, in the example, there's a large amount of space underneath the porch there. And typically, like in a New York brownstone or a building of that type of that era, you have potentially seen an efficiency beneath. And we're proposing, due to that similar grade concept, to go back with, maybe they didn't have enough money at the time this was constructed, but to actually go ahead and put that density in that would have commonly been done at that era. A lot of the same efficiency principles still hold true today. So what we're really hoping to, at least on our side, get out of this meeting is how the commission feels specifically probably about massing, height, some of the things we're doing that way. We have some suggested materials, and we do intend to closely follow all that, but really probably the height and massing for this session would be valuable feedback. Next slide. So you can see here's our street views, and what we're trying to do in these is, I know talking with Christy, and we've talked to her quite a bit to try to learn her feedback about how this fits, the historic aspect fits into the context of the neighborhood, the site, and the specific site. And one of the things was, one, transitioning down to the height of the single family home, as well as really holding that gateway corner, which is the far right building. So you can see in the middle, we have our middle building, which I presented on the last slide. That's kind of our baseline. We transition down on the left. And then as we go to the right, we have our triplex building with what we're showing is kind of a prominent feature to really hold that corner that just kind of feels right as we get to that more commercial street transitioning into the neighborhood. This is that triplex building, as you can kind of see. So we're keeping our baseline height, but we are, the thought was to transition up a little bit to really hold that corner and have a prominent feature, like maybe a little bit bigger building like this triplex might have. And one of the things we've done with all the buildings is we've tried to not make it really obvious, like this is a triplex, this is a duplex, this is townhomes 1, 2, 3, 4 with copied things, but make it look like an actual building. More so as a unit. This is a smaller building that you will see on the left, and you can see we are clearly going down, trying to transition down to the building, the single story next to it as well. Next slide. I guess maybe back up. So in all of these, we are trying to keep some of the key features, like these extended porches, some of the railings, some of the details, but not make it completely match, have some variety and context in the neighborhood. Next slide.
Let me just interject. It's 12:48, and we want to be able to give you feedback, okay?
Okay. And really quickly, these are the buildings in the back, which we probably don't have time to touch on, but we've thought about those as well. Similar concepts, porches, balconies, stairs, there in the back. So they have the garages in the front. Thank you. Really appreciate any comments we can get.
Thank you so much. All right. I'll start by saying we've seen a number of projects on this site. And so thank you for starting off by stepping the buildings down as we get closer to the single family. As you know, because it's in the standards, we use historic multifamily as the context for the buildings that you're proposing. And so even though the first building, the larger building, is transitioning, helping us transition from non-historic to historic part of Wilmore. We'll be looking at the multifamily historic buildings, and I think the highest one, the tallest one is like 745, and yours is at 751. So, something to think about. Obviously, some of the things you mentioned are very helpful for us in terms of scale reducing techniques. I was happy to see your photo of the actual structure that you're basing, I think, the second building on, because as one commissioner, it's hard for me to see it in a two-dimensional form and not see where it's broken up or the bays. So that was incredibly helpful too. So those are just my initial comments. Commissioner Goodwin, do you have anything to share? Okay. Okay. All right. Any other advice or suggestions for our applicant here to help when they go back and prepare for our meeting? Context is everything, right? So setbacks, the kind of materials you're using, height, width, we take a holistic approach. So I wouldn't just do one, like check, okay, we're good with spacing, check, okay, we're good with height, check, okay, we're good with width. I would look at it holistically. So if something is 751, then it probably shouldn't be wider, even if you can point to a historic house that's a certain width. So there might be a house that's shorter but wider. You can't look at that house and say, okay, well, we can make it wide because two houses down the street is wide, and we can also make it tall because of what's taking place across the street. Also, I would say that what's taking place across the street is a little different too, because the topography is different. And so I guess the 751 is from grade. Is that it? I can't really see.
Yeah, it's from grade. So the context one across the street will still tower over these ones because it's already up another 6 feet. So in context, that 751, even at the tall corner, probably still doesn't even reach to the context example.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Wojcik.
I was just gonna ask about the grade. So are you actually excavating, or does the grade go lower than the street?
Right. So the idea is that we would hold the grade up to where you can kind of see a cut line in these elevations, and then we would excavate down for a little subterranean patio. So the grade would present itself at that consistent level like you see in the example.
I would just support Commissioner Parati's context. I mean, that's our best reference. And think
Okay.
that's gonna be the most helpful.
Do people agree that 241 is a good example of context?
Will you speak up? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I apologize. Do people agree that 241 West Kingston is a good example of context?
It's one good example, yes. Okay, all right. Anything else before we move on to the next one? We are at 12:52. Our meeting starts at 1. All right, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you again. This is on East Boulevard. We are excited about this project as well. This is for a medical office tenant that is currently in the neighborhood, not in this building, but they're in the neighborhood, looking to stay in this neighborhood and have recently purchased this site. As many of you probably know this building because it is in your handbook. It is a 1982 building that actually is probably a pretty poor fit for the context of the rest of the neighborhood when they built it back in a number of ways. One way is the substantial amount of parking on the The left-hand side is just a wall with number of things. It's just not very good fit context-wise. So we really see this as an opportunity with what we do to really pull this site back into the context of the neighborhood on East Boulevard, as well as transition into Dilworth. Next slide. So we've spent a lot of time talking to Christy again about this project to understand the context, the unique characteristics, as well as walking the neighborhood and really trying to understand the context, as there are a number of different buildings, forms, shapes on this site. Next slide. Next slide. And probably next slide. So we thought it'd be helpful to quickly orient everybody by showing an elevation of what we are trying to do, which is to keep the existing building, go back over and reface it, expand out a little bit, as well as expand across the site, across the parking, so there isn't a gap on East Boulevard like there currently is. This is one of the few gaps in East Boulevard, so this would seek to solve that. We're trying to keep the same size and massing. If you look at some of our reference buildings below, both on East Boulevard as well as Dilworth, and really keeping, breaking the buildings at about 80 feet, which is kind of a typical larger width for these buildings, as well as looking at the height on East Boulevard as well when we do this. And again, materials, we're going to try to keep very consistent with the neighborhood. I don't see an issue there. This is the view along Dilworth. Again, similar kind of concept. We're going out with the building and really trying to fit the context. Next slide. This is the current, that's the current site. You can see the heavy parking field, side space, everything beside it. So we're going to try to fill in that gap. As you know, East Boulevard really doesn't have gaps like this. Next slide. So we are looking at coming out. We did look at, and talking to Christy, we looked at context for kind of how close other historic buildings like the bank building, the house across the street sit back from East Boulevard. So we're looking at that, not going beyond that. One of the other things we're doing is, if we're sure you know, along East Boulevard, Dilworth, most places have porches, balconies, relation to the street, unlike our current building. So we're looking to add those back to relate more to the neighborhood, as well as make changes to the parking, to structured parking, and add back a building that, you know, this is just a preliminary, but has more articulation as well across the street. Next slide. So these are just the black and white elevations for this. This is pretty early. So these are, as you said, probably pretty hard to read for those that don't necessarily do this every day. They will be developed further, but the idea is that there are ins and outs, is broken up vertically and horizontally, going in and out left and right. And you can see kind of we've started to add the porches and such. Again, we are holding the corner with a slightly larger feature because this is a little bit larger building, but obviously open to your feedback. Want to hear your feedback on massing and scale again for this building. Next slide. This is again just a Dilworth. Next slide. And this is our street view relating to the height. If you look below, to the block below, we're laying the height to that block, as well as you can start to see some of the wider buildings in that block. And I believe that's it. I'll leave time for feedback.
All right. Commissioners? Commissioner Taylor?
Dilworth West elevation would be significant part space once you turn off of it. With all those things. All those samples you have up there,
Commissioner Taylor, if you'll quickly just restate what you started saying.
is the mass of the Dilworth West elevation. Significantly more than any other building on East But once you turn off these buildings, they're essentially residential. I would figure out.
Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. Helpful advice. Other commissioners? It's exciting to see you trying to take a building that's non-conforming and make it fit better. Also with the rhythm of the streetscape, that's a big deal. Massing, as you know, because you brought it up, is going to be for me as one commissioner, a big sticking point. Differentiating the different bays is going to be important to help break that up some. Because what we don't want is to ride down the street, East Boulevard, and see just like what can feel like a continuous wall.
And I think we've already really tried to start doing that by introducing the courtyard, the different forms. That was the goal.
I see that. I would go further.
Okay.
Mhm.
Noted. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Wojcik, anything to add?
No, I would just, the scaling of it in comparison to the existing structures that are already there seems like it's about 4 times bigger in mass width-wise. So I would definitely like to have you explore more ways to minimize the width of the presentation on both elevations.
Okay.
It just seems huge. It looks like a very, very large commercial structure right next to a bunch of beautiful old houses.
Okay. Noted. We've tried to start breaking that up in elevation, and I'm not sure that comes across as clearly in elevation. And I think when we come back with 3D, maybe that will help as well. And as well as we'll obviously take your words to heart and make changes as well. But I think the 3Ds might really help the commission once we get to that point.
They will help me. Commissioner Wojcik can look at it and see it. So I would definitely really focus on the comments that we're making about the massing. Okay. Anything else that has not been said? All right, thanks for your time.
Thank you
Thanks,
for
Sarah.
everybody's time.
Thank you. We have 2 people, like 2 minutes each to talk about Elizabeth.
We can do that.
Feel we can do that?
Mhm.
Okay. I believe, actually, I think it's just 2 people, right? Sarah and Cliff? Yeah? Anybody else here to talk about Elizabeth? No. Okay, Sarah, would you like to come on up? And just as a reminder for anyone who doesn't know, this was presented in May. You can come sit right here, and I believe it's already on. Let me pull it up. The proposed Elizabeth Historic District. And all this is we're accepting comments on the content of the report. And let me reshare the screen so everyone at home can see it. And the comments are about, is the map boundaries accurate? Is the information in the report accurate? We did receive comments between the last meeting and this meeting about maybe some inaccuracies on the map. So I'd encourage the commissioners to look at the comments that were posted online. As we've been doing every month, the deadline to submit comments is the Tuesday before the meeting at noon. And anything received after that is added to the following month's agenda. So all of the comments, thank you to Marilyn for compiling them. They are compiled in a long document that includes all the comments received since May. So also a reminder that this is just taking in some comment. The commission's had voted to not make any decisions on anything until September. So when we're ready, we will have Sarah introduce herself and state your name and address. And our attorney will set the timer for 2 minutes.
Great, thanks, Christy.
Thank you.
Well, I'm Sarah Crowder. I live on 2050 Greenway Avenue in Charlotte. I'm the former president and current secretary of the Elizabeth Community Association, the ECA, and I've served in lots of other volunteer roles. Since the 1980s, when my family first moved to Elizabeth, and I like to say when my hair was brown. I'm here about the application for historic status for Elizabeth by HENF, the Historic Elizabeth Neighborhood Foundation. I wish to speak to the designation report. I know, as Christy said, you've received lots of comments from neighbors, and people are pointing out that there are numerous inaccuracies in the property descriptions and the historic narrative. So please pay attention to those. I think there's also a threshold question about the validity of the report and whether it's really proper for it to even be before you at this time. At your July 12th meeting, Mr. Settlemyre, who's here from HENF, said repeatedly that HENF is trying to get historic district for Elizabeth, for the entire community. He doesn't want to split the neighborhood in half, and he wants to give the entire community the opportunity to sign the rezoning commission. So we take it from that the intention of HENF is for the whole neighborhood of Elizabeth to be an historic district. But they submitted their application without a letter of support from the ECA, that's the Recognized Community Association for Elizabeth. So that is not in conformity with your rules and procedures adopted this past
Excuse me,
February.
Sarah. We need to, in the interest of time, stick to the standards and how all of this works in conjunction with the standards,
It's
okay?
more the, the content of the report.
Mhm.
I'm trying to address the content of the report. I'm sorry, Ms. Parati,
Okay,
of whether or not the report is even valid at this point without a letter of support from the E ECA.
It's more content at this meeting that will be brought up,
I'm
next.
sorry, I thought I was addressing content about, to the extent Mr. Settlemyre had
Gonna
in
give
previous meetings.
Couple extra seconds.
So we have time at this point. I believe when the chairwoman made a comment, you had about maybe 20 more seconds. I can set the timer for that if you'd like, if the chairwoman would, and the commission would like to provide that additional time to allow the speaker to finish out her comments.
I think Ms. Crowder deserves that.
Okay. You
So-
have 20 seconds.
Okay. Just to conclude, the ECA is the Neighborhood Association for the Neighborhood of Elizabeth. We have an elected board. HENF's board is not elected, and we would ask you to consider that at this time as you consider their application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and we also have Cliff. Cliff, are you wanting to speak or, okay, come on up. And Cliff, if you would, your name and your address, and as soon as you complete that, Attorney Hewitt will start your time.
My address is 604 Clement Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28204. I thought I might speak before Sarah did because, and I was looking forward to that because I wanted to introduce Sarah. Sarah, as she says, is
You have 2 minutes, and it should be about this particular topic, not Sarah. Okay, Cliff?
yes.
All
ma'am,
right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So what I wanted to talk about was I forgot the first meeting that I attended virtually back on May 10th. I was able to hear some chatter in the room, and someone apparently asked how big Elizabeth area is. And the answer was, it's big. It is big, but Elizabeth is even bigger. Our boundary coincides with the National Register of Historic Places boundary, but it does not conclude all of Elizabeth. There is land in Elizabeth that is north of our boundary, east of our boundary, south of our boundary, and west of our boundary. So even though it is large, particularly in the number of historic buildings, I believe 638, it is not all of Elizabeth. It is an area that contains, well, it's the same area as the National Register. And that's the comment I wanted to make.
Thank you very much, Cliff.
Thank you, Kim, and
Okay.
thank you, Christy.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here to speak on Elizabeth? No? Okay,
Let's get started.
let's get started.
Mhm.
You want to start swearing people in?
Sure, absolutely.
Open the meeting.
All right, so I'm back in the saddle again. The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the August 9th meeting. I'm Kim Perotti, first vice chair, and I call this meeting to order at 1:08 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Noel Bell, Phil Goodwin, Brett Taylor, Scott Whitlock, Sarah Wheat, Heather Wojcik, and Chris Barth will be joining us later. All of these people are present in the meeting room. Also present are HDC staff Christy Harps, Candace Leidy, Jenny Schugert, Marilyn Drath, Nicole Hewitt, Jill Sanchez-Myers, and Candy Thomas. I would like to start by acknowledging that the Commission has resumed in-person meetings. However, as a continuing health and safety precaution, the Commission is permitting applicants and members of the public to participate using a remote online platform if they choose. Due to the hybrid format, I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There might be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. For everyone participating remotely in today's meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please make sure you are on camera using a video source during any testimony. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool and please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The commission will determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design standards. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing be open for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you'll be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Please be mindful, we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and to understand. Everyone present must state their names and addresses before they speak. Speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions? All right, let's get started.
Okay, our first application is 2100 Charlotte Drive, and the applicant is here in the room. However, before we call him up, this is on the agenda as a consent item. So the first thing the commission needs to do is determine if it's to remain consent. And I should also note that Chris Barth has not joined the meeting yet. The application is for dormers on the Carling side of the structure located at the corner of Charlotte Drive and Carling Avenue.
Chrissy,
Yes,
and just for the record, Commissioner Taylor will be recusing himself from this particular case.
thank you.
All right.
And that's about it. So commission, would you like this to remain on consent? If not, we will call the applicant up to explain the project.
All right, commissioners, is there an objection to this remaining on the consent agenda? Hearing none, we need a motion. Commissioner Bell?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I make a motion to approve this application as it's not incongruous with the district and meets the standards for additions, pages 6.20 through 6.24, and the Secretary of Interior's standards. It also meets the rules of procedure meeting the standards for new construction of residential buildings, Chapter 6, and the Secretary of Interior standards with the following conditions. New lap siding should be either wood lap with no visible knots or Harding Artisan Smooth Finish lap siding with wood corner boards that sit a quarter proud of the siding. Fascia and soffit should be wood to match the original house, and window specs that meet ADC requirements need to be presented to the staff. And then also window trim detail needs to be presented to the staff.
Okay. Motion made by Commissioner Bell, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Goodwin. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat?
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati? Yes. Motion to approve passes 6-0. All right.
The next application is 220 South Summit Avenue.
Let the record show that Commissioner Brett Taylor has rejoined the meeting.
Thank you, Chairwoman Parati. And this application, this is also a corner lot residence, which is why this is coming before the commission. It is located at the corner of South Summit and West 4th Street, so highly visible from the street. And the existing house used to be a duplex that years ago was transformed into single family. And what they're asking to do is, this was a rear addition. When this was turned into single family, they're asking to put a covered porch over this section and extend a little bit out this way. So the plans are shown on slides 12. You can see the extension. And 13 has the floor plan. And 14. And then the side elevations along 4th Street are on slide 15.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Anyone have an objection to this remaining on the consent agenda? No? Okay. Well, let's make a motion. Commissioner Goodwin?
Be glad to. I make a motion to approve this application in that it is not incongruous with the district and meets the standards for additions, pages 6.20 through 6.24, and the Secretary of the Interior standards with the following conditions: provide brick and mortar sample to staff for approval, confirm all brick is to remain unpainted, and submit permit-ready construction drawings to staff for final review.
All right, Commissioner Goodwin. Motion made by Commissioner Goodwin, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Bell. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor, Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve passes 7-0.
Okay. And we have one last consent agenda item for your review today. This is at the corner of the Plaza and Chestnut, 1726 The Plaza. And you can see the district ends right behind this house. So the rear will be facing outside of the district. And again, it's a rear addition on a corner lot. Due to visibility, staff cannot approve. But for that, size-wise and everything, if this were an interior lot, this would have been the staff review. The plans are shown starting on slide 11 with some 3D models. 12, and it includes heated square footage and a large open porch, unheated porch on the rear.
Okay, perfect. Any objection to this remaining on the consent agenda? Okay, who wants to make a motion? Commissioner Wheat?
I make a motion to approve the application based on because it is not incongruous with the district and meets standards for additions, pages 6.20 through 6.24, and the Secretary of the Interior standards, with the following conditions: that the applicant provide material details, including but not limited to brick sample, siding specifications, window door specifications that meet HDC requirements, and provide specifications on site plan for trees to be fenced and protected during construction.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Commissioner Wheat. Motion made by Commissioner Wheat, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Wojcik. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor, Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Our next applicant is in person, and now we're starting the items that were not heard at the July 12th meeting. The next application is for 1226 Myrtle Avenue. The application is also for a rear addition on a corner lot and some window and door changes, I think, on the rear, on the left elevation, and on the right elevation. There are no changes proposed for the front elevation and no trees proposed for removal. The context starts on slide 7. Uh-oh. It's a really big file. If it crashes, we will open it up online. So that's it for me. We're going to turn it straight over to the applicant. Applicant has been sworn in, and if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please talk loud and clearly into the microphone.
Chris Barth, I'm the architect for the project. Address is 320 South Tryon Street, Suite 222, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Madam Chair, just very briefly for the commission to clarify for the record, Mr. Barthison is presenting this application in his capacity as an applicant and not as a commissioner.
All right, thank you.
I'll be brief because I know you guys have a steep agenda today. And this, to me at least, in my opinion, this project is pretty basic. As you can see, the existing house has been pretty neglected over the years. Unfortunately, there's been some wood rot, trim rot. There's some funky sort of additions, as well as some material things such as the front sidewalk that have been added onto over the years. And the new homeowners of this property are very much interested in maintaining the property and bringing it back to its original glory, whilst also adding on some additional space and some modern features for their new living situation. So I think Some of that is fairly evident in the images here. If you look at the bottom left image, that is a street view from, I believe, 2007, prior to an existing non-conforming addition, which was done to the rear. Additionally, on the right of that image, on the lower center, there's a black and white image. I believe that was taken in the 80s before the front porch was added. And to be clear, we're not proposing any scope changes to the front other than general maintenance and cosmetic things. Little bit of the massing context that Christie is pointing out. The property in question, that includes the addition. And, you know, compared to the houses surrounding it, I believe we're, you know, not increasing too greatly. Existing site plan, you can see that there's a large 3-ish car garage on the property, which we do not intend to touch at this time, other than some maybe driveway and walkway changes. Next slide. This would be the proposed site plan. The darker areas are added impervious. What we plan to do is rebuild the non-conforming addition with a conforming modern addition. And I believe we're still under on our impervious calculations. There's a patio which will be on the slab for maintenance purposes, but the rest of the walkways on site will be on sand and gravel. Next slide. This is from the front. Again, nothing changing from the front elevation, street view. Next slide. This is the Myrtle Avenue elevation. You can see the Zoutwell survey on the bottom. We've modified the Zoutwell survey on the top 2 images to include the garage as well as the non-conforming addition, and on the top street view, including the garage with the new proposed addition. Next slide. There are a few mature trees on site which we do not intend on removing or affecting in any way. They will be protected. Next. Floor plans for context. Not much of mention here, honestly. I will, if we can linger here for a second. On the right-hand side of the house, there's a lower part of the addition, which sort of mimics what the current addition form has. There are 2 skylights that will be added here. I had the opportunity to visit the site several times, even with the neighbor to the right of this house. You cannot see those at all from even the neighbor's yard. Again, here's the front, no changes. Next slide, please. View from the Myrtle Street elevation. There are several windows that are historic, which will be affected by the addition. We are proposing, at this time at least, to reusing all of the historic windows. On the bottom elevation, you can see the addition coming in with a 2-story component as well as 2 flanking 1-story components. Next slide. This is the rear elevation. A lot of this is obscured by vegetation and the garage that I mentioned was on site. However, you know, I feel the massing very much complements the existing architecture, as well as in the upper section of the pent eave. We have a sunray window, which mimics some of the architecture on the front of the house. So we're bringing some of these architectural elements into all aspects. We do prefer the option 1 elevation to the rear. Programmatically, this works better for their kitchen and lounge space, as well as we feel it promotes a lot more natural light into the residence, as well as more fenestration across the rear elevation. We could go to option 2 if y'all feel comfortable, but would strongly suggest option 1. Again, this is the right elevation. You can see the 2 skylights there. Again, we're reusing those windows as Christie is pointing out. That's essentially it for that. Some wall section details. This is going through the side porch off the rear, window specs and things of that nature. I will point out here, I saw there was a note in the staff memo about some mold thicknesses that seemed narrow. In general, when we have two ganged windows side by side, we will be doing a 6-inch mole / match existing, being that we will match exactly what the rest of the house has. There are some components that have lesser of a mole. The reason for that is because conceptually, two double hung windows mold together will have two sash weight pockets. The instances where we have less of a mole gap, theoretically, there will only be one mole pocket. So that's the reason it's half of what's shown. So in an example of window E and F, that is a fixed window with two flanking double hung windows on either side of it. Similarly with the door on window C. And I believe that's it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Barth. Christy, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application?
No callers?
Okay, commissioners, questions for Mr. Barth?
Oh.
Okay, I'm sorry?
My client and homeowner is here.
Okay,
He made
would you like to speak? All right, well, we will welcome you to the dais and then we'll need to get you sworn in, okay? All right, if you will please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and the information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
And before you start your comments, if you would state your name and spell your name for the court reporter, please.
Sure. Justin Harper, Justin Harper.
All
Good
right.
afternoon. My name is Justin Harper. My wife and I, and Claudia and I, are the owners of 1226 Myrtle Avenue, which you just heard the plan proposal about. We recently moved to Charlotte from Georgia, where we both grew up. Throughout our lives, Claudia and I have been lucky enough to be stewards to several historic homes. Claudia's childhood home was a bungalow built in 1927. Our first home together was a condo unit in Chicago, which was in a building that was constructed in preparation for the 1892 World's Columbian Exposition, and now 1226 Myrtle Avenue. It's been very exciting to me personally to learn about the rich history of the home. After purchasing the home, we discovered that between 1940 and 1961, the home was home to two sisters. One was the first female attorney to enter private practice in North Carolina, and the other was more civically involved and paid for and supervised the restoration of Settlers Cemetery in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. The reason I bother telling you all this is to share with you that we view owning such a home with such a rich legacy and history as a privilege and a responsibility. Accordingly, we did not buy this home, as you've seen, in order to completely discard its history and character, but rather to restore it and to honor it, while also allowing for the realities of modern life and the needs of a growing family. We're very grateful to Chris because we think that his plan does a good job of finding that balance. Our goal in this project is to restore the deteriorating home in order to best exhibit and celebrate its history by repairing the extensive damage to the home inside and out, removing the existing non-conforming addition, as you've seen, and replacing it with a new conforming structure. We hope that when our renovation is complete, from the outside, you would not be able to distinguish the home from how it looked in 1928. And we think for the vast majority of the inside, that will also be true. So thank you for your consideration. I hope you're all as excited about this plan as we are.
Thanks, Justin. Okay, so there's no one on the line wishing to speak for or against. Justin, if you want to stay there, we might have questions for you. You're in it now. All right, Commissioner Wojcik, you have a question.
I just had a couple.
Okay.
I was interested, and Chris, you started to explain the window mole, but I need more information because I don't know. I get if we're buying a triple window, then the configuration would be different. So are you thinking that that's going to be one unit, or is it going to be 3 different units that are put together?
It's three separate units
Okay.
put together.
But you're just gonna have different stud amounts in
Yes,
between.
the mold pocket is, I call it, some others might call it something different, is less on those because the center window or the adjoining window is not operable.
Mhm.
And as you know, in historic construction, with two double hung mold windows next to each other, you need two pockets for the sash weights. Usually this comes out to be about 6 to 8 inches, depending on the home and, mechanisms. Because we have a fixed window unit or an inoperable unit in between, the mold pocket is less. So essentially, we're trying to achieve more daylight
Okay, well, that
and
helps.
follow a conceptual language.
At the end of the day, is there a reason why we wouldn't just make the mold pocket bigger so that we could put a 5.5-inch trim in between there, or is that not?
Again, just conceptually,
Mhm.
I'd prefer to follow my logic on that just because it does give the occupant more daylight. While still, the windows aren't mold directly together. There is a mold pocket there
Okay.
to fit that historical precedent. But if it is this commission's mission to suggest that there be a deeper mold pocket or thicker mold pocket there, then that's absolutely fine.
And that leads me to my next question. The triple windows that are on the left side guest suite and then on the side street and then the master bathroom on the right side. I'm assuming that that's because the client requested more glass, more light. But that seems to be a different configuration than the historic configurations of the windows. Um, would you be, um, would you guys consider keeping it more of the traditional twin configuration versus the triple?
We would consider it. My rebuttal to that would be, you see on this specific elevation, we have a sunroom on the lower level. Typically on homes of this architectural style, the fronts were celebrated and more symmetrical and had that rhythm. As you turn the corner and especially go to the rear, you see that variation a little bit more and a deviation from that symmetry. So is a way to preserve, again, we're using a lot of the existing windows in the addition and the renovated part of the house. As a way to preserve those windows, we're suggesting adding them
So
in these particular cases.
those triples are single windows that we're gonna put together again. like
Correct.
pre-
That's correct.
Okay. Those were all my questions.
All right, thank you. Heather, I had a question about the triple windows on the second floor too, Chris. But I think you've covered it. It seems to throw off the rhythm. And I will say that to you so that you can say, no, it doesn't.
Yeah, and another thing to keep in mind here with regard to window layout, if you will. Typically more windows and larger windows, as we've seen on a lot of these homes, are seen on the lower levels. I think in this configuration that speaks to that language of having more glazing on the lower levels versus the upper. Programmatically, it speaks to that as well. Go ahead.
Please forgive me. So I'm actually talking about the right elevation where you've put, yeah.
Yes, so this is an instance where we have the double windows, those you're talking about the triple gang windows.
Right, on the second floor.
Second floor. Those are two existing windows, one above the other. And
Right.
then we have a historic window, which we're planning to reuse. That would be molded to the existing like style and size historic windows.
Right.
Go.
So what I was going to say is on the historic portion of the house, it seems that the theme has been double gang windows. And so this triple gang window situation is relatively close enough to the front. And it seems to be throwing off that rhythm of the double gang windows. I do understand that when we get to the addition, then we get a little we switch it up some, and I think that that is perfectly fine because it goes along with that point that's made in our standards about how the addition should be compatible, but offer something new. So I get that, but on the historic section of the house where the distinctive look seems to be double gang windows, the triple gang windows on the second floor seems to upset that rhythm.
Sure. I mean, I get your point, and we are somewhat aligned with the windows below, as you can tell. I would offer up that this is not a very visible elevation as we might see, and we are preserving a historic window by putting an additional one in there. So, I mean, at the end of the day, if the commission feels that that window is not appropriate, then it would just go away, essentially.
Thank you, Mr. Barth. Okay, any other questions or comments? Commissioner Goodwin?
Well, I can certainly understand and appreciate the need and the desire to increase the fenestration to bring more light in. I did have one question for Christie or the commission. Do we have a standard that specifies the mall width anywhere? I'm not aware of that.
The standard is related to historic trim sizes, which varies. So there's no, we don't say it has to be 6 inches because it varies from building to building and architectural style to architectural style.
Okay.
But the standard is what you'll see on these houses is that what the applicant is saying is that the mall widths between paired and triple windows are wider to accommodate for the old weights than they would be on the edges.
Yeah, and that's a very compelling argument too, I think.
Okay, any other questions? I forgot to say thank you for making this more, to Justin's point, for bringing it more into compliance with what this historic house was meant to be. All right, any other questions or comments before we close? Yes.
I have
Mr.
one
Barth.
comment in speaking, if this comes up in deliberation and speaking to the second floor triple gang, as you guys deliberate, I'd like to request that y'all throw options at us. If we could turn, only use the upper sash of the historic window, and then that way we have the 2/2 language with a sort of unique asymmetrical element, or, we can eliminate it completely or separate it or do something else. So.
Okay.
We can't design for them. You know this. All right, just as a reminder, thank you.
Thank you for that gentle reminder, Christy Herbst. You heard the boss, Mr. Barth. All right, so why don't we, before we close, anything you all want to say before we do? Okay, all right, let's close for deliberation. Commissioners, I feel like the third window throws it out of rhythm, and it's on the historic house. The addition is, there's a whole, I don't have that same concern on the addition for the reasons I shared earlier. But there is a distinct rhythm to the windows, the fenestration on this historic portion of this house. And it's double or single, not triple. And so really, I think that this is a beautifully designed addition and a beautifully designed home. I'm glad that they're using their current historic windows. I do believe that the third window on the triple gang second floor is incongruous. Commissioner Wojcik, what are your thoughts?
I agree. I think the project is amazing. It really just brings the house back to life. The only thing that when I look at it is the triple windows, and I'm still having a hard time with the one on the left side as well. because it just seems so inconsistent. And I know that the sunroom has the 4 windows going across, but typically a sunroom would have had separate, or not separate, it would have had a different configuration. So if we could request that those windows say twins, I just think it's beautiful. It's just, I think that those windows need to line up with the windows above and below and be consistent.
Yeah. And they are on the main floor. I agree with you. The only thing I'd throw out there for the purpose of conversation is that one does seem to be further back. And it's behind the sunroom, which bumps out. So,
Street side.
but it is on the, thank you, it's on the street side. Commissioner Taylor.
On the right elevation, I don't have a problem with the triple window. I think, it almost looks like it's out of rhythm with, if you didn't have that graphic of the X there, there would be more, it seems like there'd be more space between the existing double and the single. Doesn't quite line up with the double below there, so it's, my opinion, it's arguable that without a window there, it's also losing some routine compared to the rest of the house. Because of the amount of space that's in between. Just a double and a single.
When I look at the bottom floor, there's a lot of space there too. It seems to be the rhythm of the fenestration on the historic house. And I also just want to draw your attention back to one of our standards, which talks about not creating new openings on the historic home. I will find that and read it. Oh, here. Okay, well, we can look at 6.15, number 1, relate window and door openings for new construction to the historic context in the following ways. The ratio of solid wall and voids, which it matches up on the top and bottom without the third window. The rhythm and placement of window and door openings, the proportion of window and door openings, the general size of window and doors, respect the traditional design of openings. So this is the historic house. Again, it's not the addition. So I think that we need to be mindful that our standards are pretty clear on what we should be doing or not doing to the historic portion of the house. And so that would go for the triple on the right and the triple on the left. 6.15, numbers 1 and 2.
Okay. Add 4.14, number 13, maintain the original size and shape of windows. This is for rehabilitation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Any other concerns we have about this project? Is that it? Okay. Well then, I will just say today, I cannot make a motion. I would vote for a motion that said that we would pass this if we took away those 2 windows. I won't vote for it if it includes the 2 windows. Just so I'm clear. So who wants to make a motion? Yes, Commissioner Wojcik.
I would like to make a motion. We would like to approve this project as it is mostly not incongruous with our standards. We would make that approval based on the request that the 2 triple windows proposed on the design would be replaced with twin windows that align with the existing windows that are above or below.
All right. And your standards for that?
6.15, number 1, and number 2,
And 4.14 for good measure?
4.14.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Wojcik, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Bell. Any further discussion of this motion?
I make a friendly amendment that for the rear elevation, either option 1 or option 2 is acceptable,
Thank you.
depending on the applicant's preference.
Mhm. Thank you, Commissioner Goodwin. Motion, a friendly amendment made and accepted, yes?
Yes.
All right, and is that still good with you?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Bell. All right, well, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor, Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve with conditions passes 7-0. Thanks, guys.
We are having mic issues. I need 1 second. We're not picking up on Commissioner Taylor, so I'm going to replace your mic. If you just give me,
Did you
Be
have
with
your
me
mic
for-
on, Commissioner?
yeah, just bear with me for a minute or two. So switching staff.
Test, test.
Mic issue fixed. Thank you, Candace, for keeping us straight.
Thanks, Candace. And before we get started, Christy, if we can let the record show that Commissioner Barth has joined the meeting, it's 10 till 2.
Great, thank you. Okay, turning the floor over to Jenny.
Yes, hi. Our next case is an after-the-fact case, 305 West Kingston Avenue. I believe that the applicant is here. If you want to take a seat. Nice to meet you. Yes. And if you'll turn the microphone on and state your name and address for the court reporter.
Yeah, my name is Feng Gang Yu, but just call me Ed. Easy for you guys. I live my house near 305 West Kingston Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina 28203.
Have you been sworn in?
I think I
Raise your
yeah
hand.
yeah I did
Okay.
yeah
Yeah, I saw.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. So this is, as I said, an after-the-fact case, so it is to be reviewed by the commission as though it's being presented before any work has been done, just to emphasize that for you. And let me just, so the context, here are some pictures before and after. So there have been changes made to the original front door, the original windows. There have been shutters added. The driveway is new, as well as the walkway here, which needed to be repaired. And also a new fence has been added. And lighting on the side door. So as you can, it was very hard to get pictures of the original front door. All I could find was from Google Street View. So that's why it's not that clear. I was trying to find, this one might be as close as. So you can kind of see it was glass with panes, like 12 panes of glass or so. And this is what the replacement door is. And the trim is still the original trim. The openings are the same, except I believe the door may be shorter than the original door. And the driveway goes up to the foundations on 305 and its neighbor 309. As far as I can tell with the maps, it looks like the property line for 305 goes pretty close to the foundation of 309. Yeah, there's the, that's a little bit better view of the original front door. And so the windows that were replaced with vinyl 6/1 double hungs with grids between the glass. And I think, the shutters are a wood pallet style shutter. The existing walkway and the new fence can be staff approved, so it doesn't have, it's not required for full commission review. So if there's anything you'd like to go ahead and present, please feel free.
No, I mean, that's it. I just want to say it's an honor to be here. I don't know the process because I'm an investor. I bought this house from my friends. He bought this house originally, but he's in financial trouble, so I just take over this. But I just fall in love with the house. It's really beautiful house, but they just didn't maintain for the past 20 years. So we just tried everything. We didn't replace the window frame because the wood, we couldn't find even now. It's very high quality wood. So but I just don't know the process. So that's why I also own 305 as well. So that's my mistake. I also have impression because a lot of people say, oh, Ed, it's a hassle to go through the historical commission. But I was here last month. I was really impressed. You guys did a lot of good work. So I was not afraid of do another project with you guys from now on. So I just really apologize. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yu. All right, do we have anyone on the line to speak for or against this project?
No callers.
All right, commissioners, any questions? Mr. Yu has said that he did not know, so anything that we can offer up by way of questions or even during our deliberation, I'm sure will be an educational experience.
I had a
Yeah, okay, we'll go with Commissioner Wojcik and then Commissioner Bell, okay?
Thank you. I just had a question about the porch floor. Is
Yeah.
it different than it was originally?
Yeah, I sanded.
Okay.
Yeah, we sanded the
But
floor.
it's still the same wood?
Yeah, the same wood. We
Okay.
didn't change any wood, yeah.
I know it's a different color. I just
Yeah.
couldn't tell if it was a
We-
different
We
material.
just sanded, yeah.
Okay.
They're really in bad shape
Yeah,
Yeah.
you've done the rehabilitation part of what you've done
Thank you.
is wonderful. I just know that there's some details that we need to kind of
Yeah.
address, so
Yeah,
thank
sure.
you.
All right, Commissioner Bell?
Thank you. And I had that same question. And then my other question, just out of curiosity, do you have any of the original materials still
Yeah, yeah.
in hand?
Yeah, I have there's a shed behind, so I put some all original material there.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
That's great. Commissioner Barth?
Would some of the original material happen to be the original windows?
Original window, I think I have one piece.
One. Okay.
Yeah, it's like you two piece, so you can, but we couldn't open the old window. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, any other questions before we close? No. Okay, Mr. Yu,
Yeah.
is there anything you'd like to say before we close for deliberation?
No, I just want to apologize one more time.
Thank you, sir. All right, so we will now close for deliberation. Commissioners? Commissioner Bell?
So obviously we would have denied the original application.
Commissioner Bell, if you'll do me a favor and speak directly into your mic.
And louder, I can't hear you.
Yeah, it's counterintuitive, but we have to be able to
Can you hear
hear
me now?
better, but
If this had been presented to us with the changes that had been made, we would have denied it, although I do appreciate the applicant coming before us and also recognize that sometimes we're not always familiar with process. Unfortunately, the commission isn't in a position to make decisions based on that and cost and things like that, time, et cetera. So, I mean, we would have denied the application. This is really tough. We've had after the fact before, but this is a multi-layered after the fact.
it is. Yeah. So it sounds like you were making a motion.
Yes.
Mhm.
Well, assuming there are no other questions or comments.
I don't hear or see anyone who has something
So
to say.
yes, I'm making a motion to deny the application. Because it is incongruous to the standards, including.
Speak into the mic, please, Commissioner Bell.
And I'll just make a list. So the door, the original door,
Standard.
standard 4.10,
Mhm.
1
Okay.
through 4.
Mhm.
The original windows would be standard 4.14, number 1 through 3, pages 4.12 through 4.14, number 10, 17, 18, and 19. The shutters, page 4.15, numbers 1 through 12.
Is it 4.15 or 4.16?
1.5.
Okay.
The driveway needs right now it's backing up again in between each home, needs a planting strip. Pages 8.2 through 8.3, numbers 1 through 8. And the lighting fixture, pages 8.12, number 4.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Commissioner Bell. Well stated. Motion made by Commissioner Bell, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Wojcik. Any further discussion of the motion? Yes, Christy?
So my question is about the windows. I know we're denying the vinyl windows, but we do need a path forward
Mhm.
on those. So, is that something that you would like a new application for windows that meet the standards, given that the original windows are no longer available? Or is that something you would like to break apart and continue, to have the applicant bring back a different suggestion?
Yeah, so we can continue. I believe the applicant said there was one window. So I think we're in a position to, as long as we duplicate those windows,
Okay.
then I'm okay with staff making decisions and
Are you okay with that, Christy?
If you direct staff very
Mhm.
specifically in your decision
Mhm.
that staff is to work with, like a condition of the
Mhm.
decision, that staff is to work with the applicant and may approve wood
Mhm.
double hung windows that match the existing original window that is still available, then staff can work with the applicant on a new application.
Sound good to you, Commissioner Bell?
yes.
All right. Thank you for that. Okay. So that's added to your motion.
Is there a question?
Do we also need to state that the shutters need to come down or be operable, provided historical precedent?
Per design standards. Mhm.
Yeah, Commissioner Bell did reference the shutters. So what else does she need to add?
I think just to give the applicant direction on what we'd like to see moving forward, as Christy stated, for the windows, for the
Mhm.
shutters, which are in non-compliance, that they need to actually come down.
Mm-hmm. And 4.16 can be studied so that you know what to put back up. Maybe they're in the shed.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to ask you a question when we were close.
Well, I think the other problem is the existing shutters were non-conforming to
Okay.
complied.
Okay, all right. Thanks, Commissioner Barth. So Commissioner
Go
Bell?
on The list then, I guess.
Okay,
for
yeah, let's restate it for the record, okay? Thank you.
So I'll add a condition for each one of for the materials. So for the door, the windows, the shutters, and the light fixture, we ask the applicant to work with staff to make sure that materials align with the historic standards for the house in the neighborhood.
Okay,
Is that okay?
Christy, that works for you, the way it's stated?
If you would state a little more about the window.
Yes, so the window would be I may need help there, the
Wood double hung
wood double hung
to match.
to match the historical windows in the original windows of the house.
Okay. Commissioner Goodwin?
You know, once again on the windows, there's only one window left. All the rest of them are gone. So would we accept a wood window that is an energy efficient window, as if this was all replacement windows?
So our standards say that we go back with like materials, like everything, and so that is where I stand.
Yeah, because we do have in our standards that, you know, for replacement windows, and this is in chapter 4 for rehab, that we can consider aluminum clad windows that would be a modern energy efficient window.
Yeah, but we're supposed to be looking at this application as if it hasn't happened. And so if the windows were not replaced, then that wouldn't be our way of moving forward.
Correct.
See.
You're denying the replacement of the windows
Yeah.
due to lack of documentation.
Mhm.
So you could also add that.
You want to state that since it's your motion, Commissioner Bell?
Yeah, I thought I did, but I'll restate that we're denying the windows that were replaced by, I'm not speaking correctly.
You're just denying replacement windows due to lack of documentation and that vinyl is not an appropriate material.
Okay. We're denying replacement of the windows due to lack of documentation and nonconformance.
Okay. All right. So these friendly amendments that have been accepted by Commissioner Bell, Commissioner Wojcik, are you still good with those?
Yes.
All right. Commission, do we have any other discussion around this? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to deny passes 8-0. Thank you so much, Mr. Yu. Chrissy and the team can walk you through the next steps. Okay?
One.
Okay, so our next one, Jenny, that's you too, right?
That's me.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you love it when I show up with cases?
Yes and no. Okay.
Okay, so the next case is 1541 Wickford Place, and I don't have access to see if the applicant is online.
Okay, well, I tell you what. Oh, well,
Yep.
here comes Christy now. Okay.
So we need to find out if the applicant is attending virtually.
Angie, Doug, and Brandon are online, and there is a speaker signed up who is also online.
Great.
So if you would expand the window up there. And
Okay.
Angie,
Hi, Angie. Hi, Brandon.
Brandon, we need you to turn on your video, please. And Doug as well, please.
Yes.
And
Once the video is on, we can get you all sworn in. Okay, we've got Brandon. We're still waiting for Doug.
Have you all been sworn in?
We don't have Doug yet. I guess Doug's not
I'm here.
presenting.
No.
Oh, there he is.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. If you all will raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm the information and testimony you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Thank you so much.
And if you will each state your name and address for the court reporter. Angie, you want to start?
Sure. Angie Lauer, ALB Design, on behalf of Alan Brooks. My address is 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte, North Carolina 28208.
Okay. Let's start.
Do we have, I apologize to Doug and
No,
Brandon.
they didn't.
If y'all will state your name.
Okay. Brandon McSwain, 2917 Virginia Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28205.
Okay, am I next?
Yes.
Okay, yep. Doug Eman, 1915 Springdale Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
Great, thank you. My first question, and we're going to start with a question, is painting the brick still on, still being asked, being requested? I know that there had been some talk about not painting the brick after all on the addition.
We decided to leave it as is, so we're not at this time requesting to paint the brick, or we're not requesting at all to paint the brick. So no.
Okay, so you don't want to talk about painting the brick then, just to be clear?
Correct.
Okay.
Right. Yep.
Okay, so in that case, we will move on to the issues that came up with the final inspections. And so the issues, there was a chimney issue that had not been properly capped. Then there were some eave issues with the width of the eaves. There were issues with the gable ends had been boxed in, pork chopped, I think is the term used around here. There was a slight bump out that was not in the approved plans. This is on the left side of the addition. And there's also about 2 feet extra length on the rear portion on the left side of the addition. The windows, the upper windows were supposed to be paired, and they're not. Then on the lower level, there should have been 4/4, but I'm sorry, they put in 4/4. They should have been 6/6 according to the drawings that were approved. And the upper windows are casements that are 8 and 6 pane casements. The drawings had shown 9 pane casements, as you can see here. And then that's the left side. On the rear of the house, of the addition, the side lights were not added. The door back on the rear wall was not added. There was to be a retaining wall and kind of a sunken area, which was not added. There's a slight imbalance from one gable end to the other on the right side of the house, from the original house to the addition, the gable on the addition. And the gable is even on the right side gable of the addition. As you can see, and originally there had not been any screening for the gas meter. Some of the same issues with the windows on the right side of the house, as far as not being paired and not having different panes than what had been approved. And so you can see some of the foundation is higher than what had originally been drawn. Corrections have been made that were available to us at the staff level. They did cap the chimney. They did put screening around the gas meter. And I apologize, I didn't mention that there had been some issue with the lack of trim on the front columns. That has also been fixed. And then they also corrected the boxed eaves, the pork chops that had been there. And they do have proposed some changes, and I will turn that over to Angie Lauer now to go through proposed changes.
Okay, and that's Jenny, right? Like,
It's me. Hi.
okay, good. All right, I want to know who I'm talking to because I can't see you. And so one of the things, if you're looking at slide 22, the back patio originally was proposed to be a sunken and grade change. Decided not to do that simply because of the grade, because it would be so much below the grade where it is now. So that, I think, just taken off the table. And this is an after the fact application, as you're aware, and I just heard you talk about that before. So this has to be looked at as if it's a brand new application, and not something that is we're asking for permission to do this even after the fact, right? So the rear patio to be removed, so we're not sinking that. So if you go to slide 23, Jenny, you can see that was being removed from the application. So based on the grade that's currently there, this was actually the best solution for that. Otherwise, you'd be below grade, and that we didn't want to do that because you'd have to have more retaining walls. On the front of the house, I believe some of the soffits, there was a discrepancy of overhang and no overhang. And when everything got framed, it did have the overhang that you had pointed out. So on the bottom of slide 23, which says proposed front elevation, we are showing the overhangs that are as built now. Slide 24, same thing. So the addition of the extra 2 feet, I don't think would not have been approved. It just created for a smoother transition. Jenny, as you could see where you're sliding up and down on slide 24, the ganging of the windows. So we do have a solution for that. It is a stucco addition. And the solution to that, I know we talked about the panes, the 6/6 versus the 9 light casements. So in looking at this on slide 32, 33, 32. Yeah, let's go 32. So one of the solutions that we have come up with is to go ahead and trim them as a pair. The proportions of each pane that is installed, so the 8 light versus the 9 light casement is a balance. You know, we always talk about the upper windows need to be in proportion smaller than the lower windows. And one of the things that we also included was we actually dimensioned the existing window panes, and the new windows that are installed match the original pane. So if you had taken the original windows and only had 4/4, the proportions are very similar to that. So the 8 light casements gang together, putting trim in between instead of stucco, and putting a sill under the windows the way they should be, would be a solution for the paired windows versus the individual windows. And this is both left and right side. So it's remove the stucco, add wood trim in between, and add a wood sill. So that, again, looking at this as if it's a new application, would be what would be required anyway, because you're not allowed to put two windows together with just 2 inches, right? We want at least 6 to 8 inches in between the windows. And so the space between the windows is from the photographs, I don't have the exact dimension, but it would be wood painted as the windows. And then slide 33, I guess, is the same thing. And then slide 34 and 35 show you the proportions of the windows. And so we're showing you the dimensions, physical dimensions of what was there and what was put in. So if the bottom photo, which is slide 35, is the original window that's been restored. And then slide 34 are the new sash dimensions. So you can actually see that they are the same size. Slide 36, same thing. Just shows the proportions of the two paired together. So the two panes of glass versus the proportions of the windows that are installed. So they do match. So there was some reason and logic for it. So I think slide 36 is the last one, 37. Okay. This is just background information. So this is just the windows. On the rear, Jenny, they were individually placed, but again, instead of being 9 light windows, which is slide 30. No, 20. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the slides. Let's see, the rear elevation. Yes. Okay, so slide 28, they were 9 light, but 9 light really didn't fit with the proportions. So they were 8 lights as what's installed. They are not ganged together, and they were, I'm sorry, 6 light is what's installed now. So proportions of the window. So if you were to look at the original window, 2 across, 3 down. Again, same proportions of dimensions of the window panes. The doors themselves, actually, the side lights didn't fit. And rather than trying to force a very small side light in the space, they just eliminated the side lights. So no side lights on the doors. Really probably wouldn't have been characteristic of the house anyway. So just a pair of doors. The shorter height foundation, we discussed that just a few minutes ago, because there's no need for retaining wall. And that is evident in the photos that Jenny had taken in her inspection. So retaining wall has been removed. The eaves have been fixed. The soffits have been addressed. The little piece of extension of brick and stucco on the second floor has been addressed, because that would be wrapped in stucco so that there's not a brick face on one side and stucco on another. And let me see. So the windows, the pork chop eaves, the columns, the screening, the stucco, the retaining wall. I believe everything has been addressed. Jenny, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think you've hit everything.
And I think we've addressed everything, and the chimney. So the chimney has been repaired to cap the chimney. It's a non-functioning fireplace, so the cap on that is sufficient. Just double check one more thing. And no painting of the brick. And it was actually, I know that you can clearly distinguish what was original and what is new. I know that the house has gone through a major restoration and renovation, and it is actually quite charming right now compared to what it was 2 years ago. So I believe that's it, unless Doug has something else to add. Or Brandon?
They're both, they are not on video, so I'm going to move on.
Okay, thanks, Kim.
Yeah, Christy, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application?
No one wishing to speak for or against this application.
Okay, I'll start with my questions. And I'll start with you, Christy. I've been on the commission for almost 7 years now, and I don't recall ever seeing an application where, with this much red, where the applicants created something very different from what was approved. What do we do in this situation?
This has not happened in my tenure either.
Okay.
So what you do is you look at what they're asking for and decide if it meets your standards.
All right.
Does it or does it not? You know, and I think the problem is, despite, you know, having worked with these applicants previously, Mr. Eman is familiar with this process. It has been disappointing, but staff does do final inspections, and this is, you know, part of our process is we issue the COA, we make it clear to work with staff. If issues come up during construction, we're always willing to go out on the site and the property and work with people to stay ahead of these things. But this is the first time this has happened since we've been doing final inspections.
I want to put it on the record that I am really concerned about the message this will send. Brandon's back. Brandon, can you explain to the commission how so many changes were made and HDC was not involved?
I mean, well, this was, so myself and my wife, Amy, who are really involved with this. I know Doug's done a few of these, but this was our first. And so, I mean, we did try to, I mean, we thought we were keeping, you know, we thought we were keeping staff informed, and we thought that we were doing the right things. And we just honestly, I mean, we didn't know the depth of the process, maybe, I'm not sure, but, you know, and we also trusted, I mean, we trusted our contractor to build to the specification of what, you know, the plans that we gave him. We spent a ton of time planning and you know, and having Alan, you know, go through every detail and present to you guys exactly what we wanted to do, and how to do it. And we were, I mean, honestly, we've made the mistake of putting probably too much trust into our contractor to follow through with those details without, you know, overseeing him more. You know, so I don't know. I mean, I mean, I feel like from the beginning, you know, the goal for us was, I mean, when we got the house, you know, there was a homeless guy living in it with stealing all the city bikes and, you know, a broken down car out front, and, you know, I'm not sure what, you know, things were going on in the house, and we've, you know, transformed that house into, you know, something really nice for the neighborhood, which we really think, you know, we've heard from a lot of the neighbors that they're really appreciative of what we've done, and we've tried to do the right things, and I think we're at it.
Brandon,
Go ahead. Yeah.
You mentioned that you, I quote, tried to keep staff involved. Can you tell us how you did that?
I mean, my wife, especially Amy, was in touch via email and meetings. I mean, we met with Jenny later
I'm sorry,
on.
I can't really hear you. Can you speak up? I know you're driving, but
Okay, yeah,
you're
sorry.
going in and out.
Yeah. I mean, there was, I mean, countless emails back and forth, you know, asking for direction on certain things and what we were doing. I didn't, again, I don't know. I'm not sure what you're looking for me to say, to be honest with you. Like, I mean, we tried to, we tried to do the right things. We tried to do from the beginning, you know, we involved you guys from the beginning, and I mean, we're just looking for clarity on what do we do at this point? You know, what are the steps forward? How do we, you know, make this a home that you guys are, you know, happy with, and the community's happy with, and we finish it out, you know?
Yeah, so we are going to get to the clarity on how to move forward. We also need clarity on how it went so wrong, because ultimately your case also serves as an educational is a teachable moment to other people who are submitting applications. We did give you clarity on what we're looking for. That was called the application, but you all did something else. And so we're trying to find out how so many things were done that were not according to the plan.
Right.
So that we keep other people from doing this, because this is special. This is a first time for at least two of us. So, anyway, commissioners,
Okay.
questions of the applicants?
I had a specific question about the header variations on the rear porch and the detailing. But realistically, I mean, they're just as incorrect as some of the other details that they've done. I guess maybe my question to Angie is, how do they propose to fix the header and column locations on that back porch? Because that was not discussed.
The header and the column locations,
Yeah, they're not, the header is not over the columns, and they're in different locations on the back.
well, I don't think that that was a point of discussion, but, first of all, I do have Amy is also wants to chime in because, you know, she was, you know, as Brendan said, involved in the process, and I actually was not. I'm presenting for Alan. However, again, looking at this as if it was an a new application, would some of these features still be approved today? And, you know, and the answer for most of this is probably yes, and some things no. Pork chop eaves, no. You know, there's certain things that might not have been approved. Like, would they today approve the side lights on this style of house? Probably not. So going back into doing just a pair of doors in the back is not an uncommon feature. When you're talking about the header over the columns, specifically, tell me what you're looking at, because I don't see that.
It's on, what I think
Yeah,
is
slide
page number
14.
14.
14.
Yeah, 14. And the header that is coming out from the house, attaching to the rear header that's underneath the shed, low end of the shed roof. The columns in themselves are positioned interior of that corner, and they're also positioned in different locations, left to right, from the right side and from the left side. And typically, when you install a column, it is actually under the corner of where the two headers meet. And so I'm thinking that there's something on the foundation side that made them locate these columns where they are, and that's not the easiest fix in the world. So I was just wondering if you guys had discussed how that would be addressed.
So I had not discussed that with Jenny, to be honest with you. But, you know, if you're looking to have similarities left and right on the right-hand side, you would probably add a piece of trim as a resolution to that to make it balanced to the left. Instead of taking away from something, you would add to it. And Jenny, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe we had this particular conversation. We talked about the windows, the window panes, the boxing, the chimney. As far as the rear patio to have it sunken or elevated, that was a decision made on site, not necessarily a decision that felt like that was, you know, jeopardizing the entire design intent of the house. It was just a decision made with the natural grade of the site versus how the drawings were presented when they were presented to the commission. And yes, I do believe in Kim, what you're saying, if there was a change, immediately should have gone to commission. And
Yeah.
it did not.
So just let's pause, because this is a unique situation. Christy.
Yeah, all I wanted to say was that, you know, the commission is reviewing this project, so whether or not Jenny discussed it is really a moot point.
Mhm.
If the commission brings up an issue that they see, that's, you know, always part of the review for any project. And another point of clarity, the only time staff worked with the applicant was in February of 2023, when the applicant requested to paint the brick and staff told them no.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, thank you. Here, and I just want to put this out there, and since we're open, the applicants can speak to it, but I really want to hear from the commissioners. Commissioners, we've had exhaustive conversations about how we move forward or don't move forward with applicants who ignore our feedback when we've continued their application. These applicants ignored the whole approval. And we look at our approvals, we look at our applications in a holistic way. So I believe that my thought is that we are now going through rewarding bad behavior by trying to make it right. And I, as one commissioner, am not in agreement with doing that, because I feel it's disrespectful to the other applicants who have been waiting for months, some of them, to be heard. We have heard this application. We went through months of working on this application. We approved this application, and then they built what they want to build. So I don't know how we proceed at this point, Christy, but if we have denied applicants for less, then I don't see why this would even be something that would take up much more of our time on today's agenda.
Yeah, I think you need to go to slides 23, 24, and 24.
And Christy, while you're doing that, Ann Pickard has been asking to speak online. Can you unmute her so that she can speak?
Amy? Is it Amy?
Amy, I'm sorry, yeah, Amy, yeah.
Yeah, just Kim will handle that, but
Amy, we need to swear you in, please. So if you will, raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, you may speak.
Actually, if you'll state your
Oh,
name
thank
and
you.
address for the court reporter, please.
Sure. It's Amy Pickard, and my address is 2917 Virginia Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28205.
All right, Amy.
So just a couple of things, because I couldn't speak when you guys were discussing this and asking the questions. And to Brandon's point, this is he and I's first time. I know Doug has gone through and done this numerous times, and
We're having a hard time hearing you. It sounds like you're also in your car. So if you
Here,
can
I'll
be
step
quiet,
out.
if
Yep.
you can find a spot where we can actually hear you and just stay there while we listen to your testimony, it will
Sure.
help not only us, but the court reporter as well.
Sure. Can you hear me better?
Much better. Thanks, Amy.
Okay. Out of respect to you guys, you guys are stating it as though we just kind of like we're winging it and trying to get items kind of slid under the radar, and that is 100% not true. And I understand, I mean, you literally said this is a teachable moment, but we did not know that. It was our contractor, which, to Brandon's statement, we definitely should have looked at certain things that we didn't. I mean, I didn't even know to look at that. So that is on us 100%. This was nothing. You're saying the last discussion was in February, but ever since we even got this project, has we originally put into demo it, and we decided to bring it back and do the restoration, and never again, first off. But second is that I had personal phone calls with every single person that had been working since we purchased this project, and stated numerous times, we want to make sure that we're doing it right. We want to be respectful of the history of the house and make sure that the commission is happy. So I had open dialogue along the way with all this. When Jenny came back out, or whomever came to the house with any of the issues, they were addressed. We tried to fix them. We tried to come up with solutions. So we weren't trying. I understand that there is a lot of red marking, and I apologize. Absolutely. But I feel like right now, even with how everything's been stated, you're stating it as though this is a teachable moment, and we're the ones that are getting punished for it when we are trying to figure out how to make things right. And we are happy to fix whatever along the way. We are happy to address, come up with solutions, anything along those lines. It's not that we're saying we don't want to do X, Y, and Z. And so I feel as though the commission's kind of response towards us has been extremely harsh with how this property started out, with knowing that we had good intent. There was nothing that we were trying to do in a sneaky manner or anything. And you're saying we don't want to give any more time to this, but we have this house that we're trying to figure out how to get it to the commission standard and to be able to have it close. And we're
Can you take it back to what we have approved?
Can we, what would you say?
We approved plans. In order to make it right, can you go back to the approved plans?
As in like tear the house down and rip out and I don't understand what the request is. You want us to
I don't
go
know how to make it more clear, so I think what we need to do is move on unless you have anything that you want to add that speaks to the standards.
If I may, this is Christy. I think what the commission needs to do to help Amy is look at slides 23 and 24. And what 23 and 24 are as-built drawings. And the commission, per its charge, is to evaluate this as if this has not been built and evaluate the as-built drawings according to your standards.
Can I speak? I don't know if I'm muted or not.
Yep, you're not muted.
Okay, so, and that's what I was getting at, Kim, was to look at this as if this is new. And so the drawings that are presented and the remedies to fix, instead of all the red lines, these drawings that are presented, and they are presented on behalf of AB Architecture for Doug and Brendan and Amy. So if you look at these, would these be acceptable today? And I know that what's built, that sans, the only thing that I think would be an issue is the paired windows. Forget what was approved, because that is no longer valid at this point from what I'm hearing everyone say. You have to look at it as if it's a new project presented today. And so the boxing has been fixed. So the eaves, the pork chop eaves are off the table, and the windows not being paired together. Well, if they're supposed to be paired together, we have a resolution for that, which is slide 33 and 32. If that's what we want them to be, and the 4/4 or the 6/6 windows or the 8/8 light windows become irrelevant at this point. It's these drawings as the remedy to fix and be approvable today. Would this work? So yes, there were, we acknowledge that there were discrepancies from what was previously planned in 2021 versus what was executed throughout 2021 and 2022. Now we're in the third quarter of 2023. So would this project be presented today, approve, and get a certificate of appropriateness as presented with some of the red lines of the fixes that you see, which is slide 32, 33, 23, and 24. So yes, we hear your message, and it's very loud and clear. There's certain things you just don't do. But in this case, we're coming to you with slide 22 and 23 and 24 saying, we don't want to do the sunken patio. We're not doing it. We're not going to disturb the earth, which is on slide 22. On slide 23, we're going to add an extra 2 feet to the house because, we discovered that we have a few extra feet that we can work with in the setback, and which is on slide 23. And would these windows be acceptable? So I think just trying to, you know, work with the commission as we have, you know, Alan and I in the past. I'm presenting for Alan in this case, but also with Doug Eman, with Amy, and with Brendan.
Thanks.
Thank you, Angie. Commissioner Barth?
Commissioner Wojcik, you might want to take a look at slide 24.
We'll start with Commissioner Barth, Commissioner Bell, and then Commissioner Wojcik. If you have some additional comments, then we're on to you.
I have two questions, which are just confusing the heck out of me. Chrissy, could you go to slide 15, please, real quick? Right side elevation or pictures.
Jenny, slide 15.
Sorry,
please.
Jenny.
That's okay.
Angie, can you explain what's going on with the roof here? Obviously, there's a misalignment of what I believe is the front eaves, or is it the back? Back eave. The back eave with the one that is aligning with the shed section of roof. Are those slopes different? Why is there a misalignment there?
So one eave is higher than the other, and that's the difference. So my understanding is that there was some structural components on the inside that caused that we couldn't clip the roof where we wanted to because of there was an interior LVL over that second window. Now, had that come to the commission when it happened, we could have come up with an alternative to a solution for that. But right now, the eave extends further down than on the right-hand side.
Okay, so we have two
And
different
stop.
slopes there on the right versus the left.
Correct.
And
You can see the ridge is correct. It's right over the center of the window, but then where it lands on the left-hand side, the eave extended down further to catch some structure on the inside, or the LVL would have poked through the roof.
okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Okay.
Similarly, on the left elevation where we're having the bump out issue with the brick and the stucco transition,
Correct.
I vaguely remember this project when it came through. Is there a reason why there's this this bump out transition on the second floor there?
Yeah, it had to do with structure, so stacking stud over stud internally, and they just turned the brick up there, which they never should have done, so that the wall would have been on the second floor is what is indicated. So the wall got extended out further right there.
Okay, and your solution to resolve this,
Stucco.
bring that to stucco the turn, so
Yes.
you return on the inside corner, as
Correct.
well as pull that lower part towards the front of the house to intercept the second floor discontinuity?
No, it's just the stucco on the second floor above the boxing. So right there.
Okay, and then the eave stops before it gets back to the original house, does it not?
Yeah, so if you look at the photo on slide 12 on the bottom left, you'll see that the eave actually continues and the boxing is the same. Having had this, like, the eave continued down, so you have less overhang where the stucco is and more overhang where the brick is. And you're talking about the second floor, correct? You're right there.
Yes.
Okay, yes. So the boxing stayed the same. That eave went from ridge to soffit continuously, but the wall turned in.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. That helps. From my perspective, like that, I think that could be resolved in some fashion. I cannot, the right elevation with the miss and the asymmetrical roof slopes and the gable end just completely boggles me, and I don't know just how there's a precedent for that at all. And I tend to disagree on the window changes. I get where you're making the argument that we're matching the light width, but I don't see how, I mean, the light proportions and the changed windows are much more square, and some of them even horizontally rectangular to what was on the house existing. So, like we do all the time in relating the windows back to the original house, I don't see how that they relate back to the original house because they're completely different proportions. So again, commenting to some of the things that Commissioner Parati mentioned, I think we'd want to see those window proportions match what was approved. Similarly, either by the light or just even the proportions. I mean, they need to mimic the original house and relate back to that. There was, I don't know if somebody mentioned this, there was a door on the left-hand side of the rear elevation that was omitted. So now we have a blank wall. That's kind of an issue for me. I don't know whether that was a programmatic thing or not.
It was.
And, as far as me as one commissioner is concerned, I could do without the side lights or the sunken patio.
Right.
So those are just my comments as one commissioner.
Commissioner Bell?
I just wanted to add, I think part of the challenge here is that the original application was approved. Many of the things were not applied, and so we find ourselves back here with quote unquote solutions. And I think in the deliberation, I just wanted to know, I think part of the deliberation needs to include, do we want to set that standard that if we approve an application and many items don't get applied, are we setting that precedent that applicants can come back and put different solutions in front of us? So it's just something that I kind of thought of as I was listening to the full conversation.
So if I ask a question, if I may, the window light pattern, if the opening stayed the same, you're talking about if the sash were replaced, or the trimming and the combining of the windows. So there is for that particular case, there's on slide 32 and 33, there was a solution for that, for the windows themselves to be ganged together and trimmed out. Is that something that, because they're two different materials, one is brick, one is stucco, second floor versus first floor, would that be a consideration for an approval if it was presented today for the first time?
I don't know who that question is posed to, Angie, but we're not supposed to get into designing it. We're just going off of what has been presented to us. So I'll let Commissioner Wojcik jump in and ask her question now.
To me, the wrong size window was ordered. It doesn't have a consistency to the existing windows. The size is different. The window glazing size is different. So if that was presented to me as this size, I would not have approved those windows, if that's what the question is, nor would I have approved those with the trim being, as it's being presented now with the trim being, because we are very strongly committed to our window proportions with existing and new architecture, and I don't think that those new windows meet those requirements.
All right, other commissioners? Commissioner Taylor.
So the application, it's hard to tell from the existing picture on the slide, going back to Chris's right elevation and the misaligned soffits and fascia. Is the application saying that's going to be fixed? It looks almost like they come a lot closer to lining up. I don't know if they line up or not. That bottom elevation, are those lining up there? Because they look closer than what the picture looks like above that.
So that slide 17 is what was originally proposed. So in slide 23 and 24, I believe is the where they are not aligned, I believe in this one.
It doesn't reflect the existing condition, Angie. Slide number 23 does not reflect the existing condition.
Where the window and the eave hit together.
Yeah, that spot right there, that Jenny had that on to the right of that. Those 2 points, they are the right-hand side. If you count brick, it's, I don't know, 15, 16 inches higher than what the left-hand side is, and it, that looks like it's closer to what it's meant to be than that looks like is that a fix? Is that elevation your fix for that condition?
I will defer to Doug or Amy on this, Eve, because it would require the entire boxing on the left-hand side of that skirt be reframed in order to align it. But then we are dealt with a structural issue on the inside where the beam comes through the roof. So I know that there have been some circumstances where boxing are not aligned. I've got certain projects right now that are going to be in the agenda number 12 where the eaves are not aligned intentionally. So it is not an uncommon condition. It does occur in the historic district in certain homes. I can't tell you one specifically other than the one I'm working on Charlotte Drive, where the boxing lines from front to back or left to right do not align.
So, yeah, so that elevation with that clouded pork chop is the pork chop fix. It's not the misaligned eave fix.
It is the pork chop fix. It is not the misaligned eave fix. You are correct.
Okay.
So the fix is the boxing itself, not necessarily the extension of those rafters or the reduction of the rafters, the length.
Any more questions, Commissioner Taylor?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Commissioner Goodwin.
Yeah, I mean, that is one nonconformance, and I believe Angie said that with regard to the different eave heights, and that the reason for that is that the slopes of the roof are different. And I understand that occasionally this happens. It always catches my eye when it happens. Maybe there's a good reason, but in this particular case, I don't see why it happened. And it looks just, it's not acceptable to this commissioner.
Commissioner Whitlock.
Before that, can I ask a question to make sure that I'm not misguiding you?
Sure.
Okay. Angie.
Yes.
Jenny, please go back to slide 23 and 24. Angie, I need to know if I made the correct statement to the commission earlier that these drawings shown on slide 23 and 24 are what you're proposing to build and fix. Because if so, they're not drawn quite accurately, especially on the, in addition to what Commissioner Taylor brought up, on the rear elevation with the beam column alignment, on the rear elevation, Jenny, rear elevation. The beam column alignment, if you zoom in on the rear elevation, it's showing the condition that Commissioner Wojcik brought up. So I guess the question is, are these drawings that you're proposing to build to pretending like this project hasn't been done? Or
Right, so a combination, Christy. So there are some noted changes. The door. So if you look at the door and side lights, it's this. The door that's missing behind the columns on the left, there's all brick. The eaves that have been extended, yes. And there's actually a written description, I believe Alan had submitted with this, that's part of your application.
So I guess my only concern is that, and again, I'm sorry for overstepping, Jenny, but my only concern is in reviewing these plans and looking at them right now, it doesn't look like this is a correct set of plans with what's being proposed. And- sorry.
Thank you, Christy. Angie?
So, the changes were in this particular set, from AB Architecture were the window sizes. So if you look at the rear elevation, the 6 light windows versus the 9 light windows. So what was proposed originally versus what's proposed now. So if you just look at slide 16, 17, where it showed what's installed, 16, the rear elevation, 15, 14, sorry, 14. So slide 14 shows the rear elevation. So what was originally proposed in 2021 was a 9 light window, side lights on a door, and a back door on the left-hand side. Slide 23 showed no back door, 6 light windows, no side lights. I didn't catch the columns, so that is something that possibly can be fixed with an added trim or removing some trim on the boxing of where the columns are. That's the front elevation. I'm sorry. The next slide, 24. The bottom of slide 24. So this is what's proposed. So I would say this is correct. The boxing, the eaves, the overhangs, what's drawn on these documents is what is proposed, sans the offset of the boxing of that one gable where that little shed roof is, which is on the right hand side. So where one boxing ends and the other ends from left to right, honestly, without major, and I know this is not of your concern, but without major renovation of that, it would be a removal of it. I don't think is an easy solution other than changing that boxing end over the window, which is on slide 23.
All right, Commissioner Wojcik, not Commissioner Wojcik, excuse me, Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes, I don't think it's fair for us to even be presented with any solutions that would be a potential compromise. And the way this thing is going, I can only imagine that you would get my approval as if it were completely denied and then reapplied in a traditional manner, aside from any of the existing conditions that were done improperly. And so I guess the more I hear, the more talk, the more frustrated I get.
All right, so is there anything new that needs to be presented before we close, Angie?
Other than Alan's notes that are part of this presentation, that gives a written description of resolution.
Yeah, we saw those. We reviewed those. Okay, well, we will.
Can I ask, if I may, there is one more thing. So if we had to pick this apart, which you've done in prior applications, can we look at each side independently, which I know you've done in the past. So the front, there's nothing wrong with the front, the chimney. The back, except for possibly a window or a door or a column feature, but the removal of the patio, right? Like Chris had said, he didn't seem to have an issue with the removal of the patio or the side lights. Can we, if you were to break this apart, could we do that so that it's not either a complete deferral, a complete denial, and then concentrate on the things that need to be resubmitted?
I personally think it's a holistic approach. I disagree with Commissioner Barth on the sidelights, the door, and the patio. I think we looked at it as a whole, not just piece by piece. So as one commissioner, Angie, I would say no. But if another commissioner feels differently, they can feel free to speak up right now.
Okay, because I know in the past you've done that where it's been an after the fact application for a front porch. You've done sidewalk, yes. Porch columns, no. Porch piers, yes. Porch,
Yeah, and
And
you're great at presenting, and you do a great job presenting challenging ones. I'm sure it's why you're presenting today, Angie. So that is, in your words, it's when there's been a porch or something else. There are a number of things that make up a whole thing for me, for this particular one. And I would venture to say, based on what I've heard, other commissioners say they feel the same. So no, I don't think it's a situation where we can take it piece by piece. Amy, would you like to say anything before we close?
Just what is the resolution so we're not stuck in purgatory? And you're stating we just need to basically redo the entire application. And correct me if I'm misunderstanding this, but when you started it, you said we're looking at this application as though it is presented as new with none of the past stuff. Yet all the past stuff has been addressed throughout this on both sides. So is it just not going to be addressed that this is where it is right now? What can we do to make the commission happy and to move forward and to correct whatever on our side?
Yeah, I think that's what, well, I know that's what we'll talk about in deliberation, but we've been saying it pretty consistently across the board that it's not just one thing here or there, Amy. It's how all of those little, it's like death by a thousand cuts, And so again, we look at it holistically. It's the windows, the eaves, the lighting versus the void. It's everything. It's not just a patio. It's not just a column that was done differently. And so I know that this has to be incredibly frustrating for you and Brandon. It's not a walk in the park for us either, right? So we will do our best to help, but that might be something that is stretches you all because there's a lot of work to do. Okay? So with that being said, we will close for deliberation. Commissioners. We've been I just want to stop talking and let someone else talk. Commissioner Wojcik.
My biggest concern is the asymmetry with the gable on the rear of the house. And I just don't know how that was misbuilt and then expected that it would just be okay. And that bothers me very much. The window sizes, it's not just the window light sizes, it's the window sizes, it's the proportion, it's the relationships of the windows next to each other, is how they were installed. I mean, it's all of those things. I don't really mind the eaves on there, but the fact that the eaves are imbalanced is very strange. I don't like that things aren't structurally supported properly underneath a header that's supposed to be carrying a roof load with columns down below. So I feel bad for them that they ended up with a builder that obviously did not know what he was doing. But on the other hand, that doesn't mean that they're not responsible for the choices that were made. And we would not have approved this project. The other element is these drawings are not actually being presented as built with proposed solutions. Part of 22, 23, and 24 are correct. The windows have been noted as they are now, but the roof lines have not been. So it's very hard to kind of stop and start. They're showing a angled soffit on the ends of them, but then they have them boxed in as if they were, a flat soffit. So it just, the whole design detail is very confused in terms of what it is and how it's going together.
I thank you, Commissioner Wojcik. Can anyone add anything that was not already well said? Well stated. Does anyone disagree with what Commissioner Wojcik has said? Commissioner Wojcik, will you make a motion for us, please?
If I may interject myself again. What I'm hearing from the commission is that this is a redesign continuance. Is that right?
I disagree.
Okay, okay.
Mhm. I think so many things needed to be changed that it is a redesign, and a redesign is something that starts from scratch. That is my, as one commissioner, opinion. So I will not be voting for a continuance.
I agree.
Yeah, and I guess I do have a question, though. I would not vote for a continuance either. But is there a reason we can't go back to what was approved?
I think that they are, and again, this is not within our purview, but it probably is cost prohibitive. I mean, it's probably a lot to do that. But I would say that given the fact that they gave the builder their approved drawings, there might be some way that they can take it up with the builder.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Wojcik, when you're ready.
I would move to deny this application as it is incongruous with the standards of our design standards. But I don't know what my supporting document.
We need lots of them, please.
Yeah, it's Secretary of Interior Standards 2.5, all of 6.
And just go point by point. Like you really summarized everything beautifully earlier. And just repeat your summary with adding standards. And Kim's great at helping.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
You
guys,
go
scrolling.
by point, give me a point and I'll give you a standard.
Oh, okay. So.
We will give you a standard.
Roof lines was
All right,
one.
just a moment. I'm gonna go with roof forms here at 6.13.
6.13.
Mm-hmm.
And we, windows, sizes, fenestration.
Hold on for 1 second. I really, because I feel like
Sorry.
my spidey senses are tingling and saying that we have to be very specific when it comes to this. So I think number 5 is definitely one on 6.13. Number 1, absolutely.
6.13, number 1.
Mm-hmm. Number 3.
Number 3.
Mm-hmm. And number 5, along with a preamble.
So roof line 6.13, number 1, number 3, number 5, along with the preamble.
Mm-hmm.
So then window and door sizing. And
That's
fenestration.
6.15. Number 1. Number 2.
6.15, number 1 and number 2.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that would actually cover the missing door as well.
It will, yeah. And again, the preamble.
And the preamble. Windows boxing, so soffit and eaves, I think is part of either trim.
Hold on.
So, cornice.
6.14,
6.14,
number 1.
number 1, number 2,
Mm-hmm,
number 3,
yep. And the preamble.
and the preamble. Point 14, number 7.
Yeah, let's speak up and turn on our mic.
6.17, porch beams and frieze. Speaks to your column detail and the beam
Mhm.
frames that tie into that.
6.17, number, which one?
Let's see,
Sorry.
working, number 3.
Number 3.
Yeah, number 3. .5, I would definitely do Secretary of Interior Standards 2.5.
Secretary of Interior Standards 2.5.
Oh, foundation heights, let's not forget that.
Foundations 6.12, number 1.
Mm-hmm. I would also, oh yeah, number 1, it's fine. And the preamble.
And the preamble. That's everything that I.
Mm-hmm. Are we missing anything? Okay. I think that those are good.
Thank you.
Okay, so motion made by Commissioner Wojcik, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Whitlock. Any further discussion of the motion? All right. Let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Yes, motion to deny passes 8-0. All right.
Does anyone need a break? Yeah,
Let's
okay.
take let's take 10.
10. Okay, so we'll be back at 3:26. Okay, and we're back at the August 9th Historic District Commission meeting. The next application is 500 East Park Avenue. And so I think it looks like Jesse, the applicant's with us. Jesse, can you turn on your camera for us, please? Thanks. And Jesse, have you been sworn in?
Not today.
Okay, well, we'll do that. And I know we have some more people in the audience. Welcome, everybody. If you haven't been sworn in, please do so now.
All right, if you'll all raise your right hands and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you.
Okay, this application was continued from the April 12th meeting, and there are a couple of changes the applicant is asking for to the part that was approved in April, which is the accessory structure. And then it was also continued for the front porch roof extension. So all of that's covered down here in the revised proposal. So right here, the accessory building changes, windows, certain windows were approved, and they're asking for an alternate window be approved for the accessory building. But again, the entire accessory building project was already approved. They're just asking for a window change, material change. And then the roof connection on the front porch, which what they're asking to do is on slide, let's see here. Because slide 9 shows it. They're looking to connect this porch. This is an open porch. They're looking to connect this roof to the roof of this one-story bump out. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jesse. Jesse, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Yep. Jesse Irvin. My address is 500 East Park Street. I'm sorry, East Park Avenue, Charlotte 28203.
Thank you. And Jesse, I have you on slide 6. Just let me know how you'd like to, what slide you'd like to jump to next.
Okay, let's start here. So there were a couple of questions that came out of the first one. One is my initial drawings of how the porch roof met around the corner with the other existing porch. One of the people on the council last time called out that it was a mistake, and it was. So I've corrected that. There was a question around painting of brick. Those were, and then there was a question around how the windows, how much clearance there was beneath the window and the roof line. So I added a couple of drawings here. One is it now shows, it's not super easy to see, but what you'll see on the right-hand side is that if I could zoom in on that, I don't know if we can, I probably should have done a, yeah, there we go. So the, if we look at the line directly below the 1 on 12, that is existing roof that comes off of that extension to the building, but it actually, the new roof that I'm adding is stepped in about 12 inches so that there'll be a, it doesn't run straight the whole length, because if it did, it would have the overhang of the roof on the porch be inconsistent with the overhang on the roof on the rest of the porch and the rest of the building. So if we could zoom back out, I put a sketch together if we zoom back out.
It's just moving a little slow.
Okay. And overhead, what you'll see there is what is existing is the stuff in red. And then for our proposed, yeah, no, I'm sorry. The existing is in green, the red is proposed. So right now the building, if you will, has that corner piece, but right now the green line would extend directly to the home. I'm proposing to add a roof that dovetails into the existing roof, and it has about a 1 foot, 1 foot wide piece. Frankly, I'm not in love with the way it's shown, but are there questions about this? Do we understand what it is I'm trying to do? Or should I take?
Go on and continue, Jesse, and we'll ask questions in the end, okay?
Okay, great. So that's for the roof line. Again, the only question was originally I didn't have, the drawing didn't show that it kicks out a little farther to match, or the existing roof kicked out a little farther back at the building. The updated drawings show that correctly. The next slide, please. There was also a question because originally with the picture, the council couldn't see, or a commission couldn't see how much clearance there was between the top of the roof and the windows. And what you'll see here is that the windows have about a 6-inch clearance above the top of the roof line that I would be extending. And you can see the windows on either side of the building are at the same level on the siding, and the roof would extend also in that same line. So what you would see is the new roof would extend along that line, leaving the same roughly 6 inches between the top of the roof and the bottom of the window. So the windows wouldn't be impacted. There was a question around the paint on the brick. As the Historic Commission standards is we prefer not to have painted brick for new brick. One of the questions that came out was the existing brick is painted. How long has it been painted? The members of the commission helped me out here and found these historic drawing or pictures. This is as far back as we go. So the oldest pictures we could find were in 1986. The brick was painted at the time. It's been painted, obviously, repainted since then, but it's been painted since at least 1986. We don't know how much before that. So I did, just to give everyone a frame of reference, a little bit of work. If you go to the next slide, just surveying the neighborhood. So this is the 77 houses that are on my street and one street back, Kilgore. Of those, 48% of the houses, or 37 of the 77, have painted brick foundations. Not all houses have brick foundations, so it's not 48% of all brick is painted. It's actually substantially higher than that, but it's 48% of all houses are painted brick. And what you'll notice here, what it did, for example, was every house where there's a green dot is a house where the brick foundation or foundation and more of it is painted. My house is the one in red. So I show examples in the next slide. So if we go to the next slide, these are, again, just houses in that same 77 who have painted brick in either at the foundation level, or if we go to the next slide, then you'll see painted brick at the column level, which is what, at the foundation as well as up on the columns, which is what mine is today. And the ask that I was doing was to not paint any additional, well, that's not true, to add 2 new brick columns and to paint them to match the rest. So just showing that it is common in the neighborhood to have this, and my house has already had painted brick. So that is what I've got for the painted brick and for the roof questions. The next one is on windows. So, and the last one there, actually, that's a relevant thing. These are actually from the design standards. In the HD2C design standard document, there are 4 square examples in the house types. 2 of the 4 examples cited in the document have painted brick foundation. So just again pointing out that it's while it might not be desired, it's common enough that we couldn't find examples to show without it. So then I'd go to the window. Thank you for approval on the accessory building. It is now, it's not entirely complete, but the interior is complete, and my person is living in it. I ran into a challenge because I couldn't get the windows in the time allotted, the exact ones that were approved, which were Pella double hung windows, and they had 4/3 grates on the top, wood windows. I couldn't get those in time. They couldn't make it within the time that I ended up having to get done. So instead, what was available was same size, same manufacturer, and the installation was the same mullions, same everything, but there are 2 changes. One is they are aluminum clad, and I made that decision because in the HDC, while it said wood was preferred, it said aluminum clad could be considered, and I I had to make a decision to get it done by the time I had to get it done. What they didn't have, or what they couldn't do at the time, was get me the grill. So I'm having those installed aftermarket. They are currently on order, have not got here yet, but ultimately I will have those, and they will look exactly as previously approved. So 4/3 grill pattern across the top of those 4 windows. The windows are currently installed. They don't have the grids today. But when my aftermarket grills show up, they will be installed, at which point they will look like anything else. So I think that is all that I had, or were there more slides?
I think it was just the COA that we included.
Okay. So questions?
All right, Christy, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application?
We have no callers.
Okay. Commissioners, questions of Jesse? Oh, sorry, Commissioner Goodwin.
Yeah, hi, Jesse. Beautiful home, and appreciate what you're wanting to do. While you're on the subject of windows, one question that I had is, I looked up these windows online, and it appears that the muntins, there's an option to have them, that they would be permanently attached to both the interior and the exterior, and these are not removable grills. Is that what you are receiving from Pella?
Yeah, that is my intention, to have them permanently attached.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. I had several questions on the roof, so if we could go through a few slides here. On your slide 7, the new slide that you provided, so it's my understanding that you're stepping out that left side overhang by 12 inches. Is that what I'm seeing there?
So I'm not stepping it out. It's already there. So what I am adding new, it's probably a better place to show it, is in slide 9. So if we see the existing, if we look at the existing roof structure, to the left, which is in the
back.
Over there, because as you see there, I'm guessing this was an addition at some point. When that was added, it is wider than the porch. So what you see is the overhang, which is consistent around all the roof in the house, both on the porch and the upper roof and these lower roofs. That is about 12, it sticks out about 12 inches further than the porch does. So to make the overhang over the porch remain consistent with the rest of the house, that new roof would overhang the porch in a consistent fashion, but it would have to dovetail into the existing roof, which goes out 12 inches further. So it will have a hip joint there, if you will, when it hits that existing roof will remain. It won't change, but it sticks out 12 inches further than the new roof will.
So you would overbuild that rear roof then with the new porch that's extended back? Is that
a portion of that roof there would be overbuilt? Yes.
Okay, and then so the 12-inch the 12-inch step is then where the new porch meets the rear roof.
Correct.
Soffit line. Okay, that's very helpful. I couldn't gather that from the drawing.
I confused myself when I was talking about it. So yes, it steps in 12 inches from the existing.
I had another question too, as I noticed that the pitch on the left side, you've got a 3.5 pitch. Let me see, let's look at slide 35.
Mm-hmm.
So the pitch on the right side is shown as a 3, the left side is shown as a 3.5. Is that just an error?
Yeah, because that was the original. So what you see in this original drawing here, it was in error. The original drawing for that wasn't correct. And frankly, that pitch is a bit of an estimate, right? This isn't new construction, so that was me measuring off of a.
Okay, but the pitch would remain the same then on both the front and left and
Yes.
back elevations then. Okay.
Yes, they would.
One other question that I had is on slide 37. We had asked for column and beam detail. And I'm wanting to know if you are planning to maintain the exposed rafter tails on the new section of roof.
I was planning on mimicking exactly the existing. So it was here, all the rafter tails are exposed. I planned on exposing the exact same rafter tails.
Okay, so you would have the same overhang front and left, and then you would also extend the beam all the way back, consistent with what is existing.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay.
One other question I had is on the gutters. Trying to figure out where that a picture of those might be. I think that'd be on. Right now, the downspouts are extending down the front. So my question is, do you plan on replacing the gutters on this porch?
I plan on extending the gutter around the end. I could move that downspout from there to exactly there and have it off the side versus off the front.
You would consider having it off to the side?
Yeah, happy to do so. I mean, I don't think it costs any more, right? I've got to attach the new gutter either way, so that's pretty straightforward.
Would you be willing to do that on the right side as well?
Well, that is a little more work because I'm not having to move that, but if everything was contingent upon that, I guess I wouldn't be the end of the world to have to do that.
Yeah. Well, one thing you might want to consider, and we're not here to design for you, is that the downspouts from the upper roof are set back at the back of the porch. And then with what you're doing, you could align those better and get those downspouts off the columns. But I just wanted to know if you would consider that.
You mean downspouts? You mean on the second column back?
The downspouts coming down from the second floor.
Yep, I see. They're on the side, but I was.
Yeah.
You were saying
right now that those are. I'm not sure if those are dumping out on the porch and then going to the front or not. But
no, they're straight onto the porch. It's awful. So that's why I want to have the
straight on the porch. Okay. Yeah. We could
but they will pour out on the new roof, and then the new roof will have gutters
on the left side though.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Wojcik?
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to ask two questions. The existing header that returns from the front left column back towards the front left corner of the house, will you leave that in place?
Yeah, that would be the only thing in my eye. I think that's the only thing that would, well, also the floor is a little different, but the only thing that would tell you that it wasn't entirely original, because my plan was, yes, to leave that in place.
Okay.
And reason being is because I have to make a decision about roof or how I do the ceiling. And if I leave that in place, it makes it easy to just run run all the tongue and groove ceiling one direction, as opposed to try to figure out how to do make it more complicated.
Okay. And then, so in your exploration about these painted columns, did Christy or Jenny or anybody, I mean, what is the consensus on what happens at this point? Are we voting on painting or not painting?
Yeah, so what he's asking for is new columns here.
Yeah.
And painted to match. And the information you asked him to provide was, history on maybe when the building was painted. And, Jenny talked to SHPO and, I'm not far enough. I need to go to the new section. And we had SHPO had some of these, we had some of these, and when it came into the district, this was painted.
Okay. Okay. I knew that you had this information, but I wasn't exactly sure
Yeah.
what.
So it
that
was an
meant.
existing condition when it came into the district.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, and he's asking to paint the new columns to match the existing condition.
Okay. Thank you. And then one last question, the mullion, sorry, let me use my correct, the muttons that you're getting for the windows on the carriage house, Is there a way that you can get an integral space bar that goes in between the two panes? Because in our window specifications in two different places, they do ask that there be buttons on the outside interior and, well, I shouldn't say that, in between the two panes of glass and on the inside. Was that ever a discussion?
I didn't research that. No, I looked specifically at adding the aftermarket exterior ones.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I should have clarified to the commission, staff can usually handle window swaps,
Okay.
but these aren't windows that staff can approve according to the standards that staff approves windows. So
Can you tell us
we have
why?
not approved the Pella lifestyle, so that's why it's here at the commission for your review.
And what is the difference, if
It-
at all, between EnduraClad and, as Jesse puts it, the aluminum clad?
the dimensions of the window. So
Okay,
the-
so it's not the same. So Jesse said aluminum clad, but
It's
that's,
it's a different window.
Okay.
So like the dimensions, like how thin the trim is and how thin the sash
Mhm.
and the bottom rail
Mhm.
is different. And just, staff can do windows that match,
Mhm.
but didn't feel that, anyway, it matched.
Mhm.
And so it's also not a window that staff has ever approved before.
And so Jesse, did you check in with staff? Maybe you stated this, but we've been dealing with after the facts. So I just want to be clear for the record. Did you reach out to staff before you ordered these windows?
No, I didn't. So my reason was I got stuck on time. And so what I did was, and probably because I don't build regularly and maybe don't know enough about differences, I was thinking of them as terms of rough opening. Did they have I looked at if windows as, is it rough opening? Was it the right material and could I get the right grill? So the additional dimensions you're talking about aren't something that I considered and didn't realize they would be considered. So no, I didn't. I looked at the design standards, which said that they could be aluminum clad, which was the only thing I thought I was changing. And
But these aren't aluminum clad.
they are aluminum clad.
I was just told that the dimensions are different.
Well, I can't speak to that. What I can say is they are aluminum clad.
All right, so I just,
rough
again,
open
for the
sides.
record, saying I don't know is not acceptable. We have a team here of people who can help you all find out, not just you, because obviously you're not the only after the fact application. And it's not an after the fact application, let me say that, but the window is an after the fact purchase. And we have staff here. So commissioners, I think that we should definitely take that into consideration, especially in light of the last application. All right.
Okay, so
Commissioner
let me, I
Goodwin.
want to make sure we're specific on what we're talking about that's different, because they are the same rough opening size, so the same window size. The difference is they are aluminum clad. I think there was a discussion about maybe the size or well, actually, I don't even know what term we're talking about is different, but they're,
Chrissy, will you help us?
Sure, they are aluminum clad. That's right. It's the dimensions of the window themselves do not match the dimensions of the existing windows in the house, which
Okay.
is what staff was authorized to approve. So that's why it's before you.
Okay.
The dimensions in terms of, do you see how skinny this is?
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is not the same dimension.
Mm-hmm.
These are not the same dimensions. And staff also can't do non-permanently affixed grids. Usually they're ordered with
Mm-hmm.
the grids.
Okay.
So we have not approved Lifestyle Series. We have approved the EnduraClad because of the dimensionality of the window themselves.
understood. Okay. I
And
didn't
and
catch
I
that.
think Commissioner Wojcik maybe can add some more. Commissioner Wojcik, whatever you're
Well,
saying, please say for
Hold
everybody.
on for 1 second, because we had,
Wait,
pause, please.
we
We
cannot
had-
have side conversations, okay?
Okay, and before we get to Commissioner Wojcik, Commissioner Goodwin had something he wanted to say. Then we'll come back to Commissioner Wojcik, okay?
Yeah, so it's my understanding that the new muntins would be permanently attached.
That's correct.
There's a peel and stick layer on the back of the mutton bars and they go on, they never come off. So as far as the window dimensions, we're talking about the sash, is that correct? The overall window dimensions are consistent with the plans. Is that correct? Yeah. And I think that also the windows that were previously approved were also wood-clad windows. These are wood-clad windows as well. I just wanted to point those.
Say that one more time, Commissioner Goodwin, please.
Windows that were previously approved were wood windows with aluminum cladding on the outside, and the same with the lifestyle windows.
So are these the same windows or different windows? Because it feels like we're going in circles.
Different windows.
Okay.
Same material.
Uh-huh.
Different windows, different dimensions.
Different dimensions, which is a,
Parts of the window, not of the opening of the window.
okay.
So one other question that I had for the applicant is, are you proposing to have casings around these windows? I believe that was in the application.
Yeah, it's going to have everything else, the mullions and casing is all exactly the same as before.
So I think that would increase the mass of the window.
Okay, Commissioner Wojcik and then Commissioner Bell.
I want to apologize. The sash was what I was trying to clarify. So the sash is the part of the window that moves up and down. The window is the actual frame that holds the sash in place. And I just wanted to say that because I didn't want you to think that the window, the actual frame, was a different size. What, Christy, is the thickness of the actual sash, the piece of metal and wood that holds the glass, is the thickness of that is different. And that's why she's saying that she couldn't approve it. So I was kind of hoping that maybe we could look and see what that difference in size is, or be told that information, because sometimes it's substantial and sometimes it's not.
Right, and usually if we are approving something that we've not approved before, we see it, we touch it,
And I misspoke. We approved Pella Reserve Traditional Double Hung Wood. Okay,
that is not the same as this.
it's not the same as this. This is
But
different
you've-
material.
yeah.
But we can approve at staff level aluminum clad. Problem is the dimensionality
Okay.
of the window and why we can't approve it at the staff level. Now, should you choose to approve this window, you are also allowing staff to approve this window at the staff level on other projects.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Bell.
Yes, I have a question going back on the two additions for the columns, and they would be brick, and you're asking to match the paint with the foundation and the existing columns. If the commission approves painting that, is your plan to go back and repaint the foundation and existing columns and the new columns, the existing color, which appears to be white? Or what is your plan, I guess, for the painting?
Just to paint it white to match.
Paint it white, okay, thank you. But are you going to sorry.
No.
But does that mean that you're going to repaint everything so it matches, or just the two columns?
That's going to be a function of whether or not it matches. If it matches well enough, it'll be just the two columns. If it doesn't match, it'll be more.
Well, fresh paint and old paint don't match.
Yeah.
I mean, that's right. We
don't get into color though, so
yeah,
that's up to him.
So more than likely, the point is the whole porch would be painted.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioners, Commissioner Whitlock.
Yeah, back on the windows, I mean, the grills being permanently fixed, I think that's been covered, but the internal spacer, which is required, is that something that's?
I'd have to research. I might have to, I don't think I could get it on this. I could perhaps buy a new sash that had that. It's the only thing I could think of, but I don't know.
That's what it would take. There's no other way, so.
Yeah. So I'd have to, I guess, research with Pella if I could purchase a sash that had it, which I wouldn't mind doing. I just don't know if it's possible.
Okay. Other questions, commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Taylor.
If it's a aftermarket mullion, we probably need to know what the spec is on that mullion and what the width is. It could be 1 1/4 inches or 7/8. We just need to know what that is.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Taylor. Any other questions before we close? Jesse, anything you want to say before we close?
Yeah, the stuff I ordered, it was 7/8. It was 7/8 wide. 7/8 wide grill,
Okay.
which was matching the grill on the rest of the house.
All right. Good thing you said that. That sparked a question. Commissioner Barth?
And was that from Pella or is that from a third party?
It's from a third party. I couldn't get Pella to, yeah. It's not as easy as one might think to buy this stuff.
Okay, thank you. And I will just say, you know, the glazing in each sash can be replaced too, to get those spacer bars. You know, that's been done before.
Okay.
All right. Okay, we will now close for deliberation. Commissioners. Well, let's start with the windows. The window. How do we feel about it? It has not been approved yet by the commission, by HDC. So if we approve it now, then we're approving it for future projects. What say you? Commissioner Barth?
Unfortunately, I mean, per our standards, it doesn't have the correct dimensional components of a historic window. You know, it's much thinner. You know, I haven't seen one in person, you know, at least from the images presented, it seems much thinner and doesn't conform with a historic window. So I think at the very least, we need to see that here in the room so we can make that distinction. And then I have some concerns about, you know, you know, the after the fact applied muntins are not off the table for me. I think it could be done, but, you know, I have reservations about it.
I have to say for the window, and maybe that's because it seems to be the topic for today. Our staff is here to keep people out of trouble, to advise, to hold people's hands and walk them through. Not having time or not knowing or giving the credit to someone else for not following what we have requested is not okay. And I, for one, am not of the mindset to sign off on that. I think that we need to apply what we've been saying fairly. And we just had a long conversation with the last applicants about that. So I am not inclined to then turn around and grant that to another applicant. Anything else about the windows before we move on? What about
I think a key
Commissioner Goodwin?
Key point that was made that Commissioner Barth asked about is who makes these muntins. I know that Pella makes a nice 7/8 inch deep, 7/8 inch wide OG muntin bar that does look historic, but if it's a third party, I don't know what it's going to look like. And then we are also missing the internal spacer bars, which on Pella windows bridge the entire gap between the two panes. And anyway, it's very.
And one more point to tag in on your point. You know, when you say, I don't know, I'm not a builder, then maybe it's even more important to speak to people who do know. So, okay. Porch, the porch. What do we say to that? There was a lot of explaining because all of the, typically we'd be looking at the things that Jesse was explaining to us, but we did not have that information to see. And, I laugh about it, but I cannot envision it. I must see it. And that is part of the preparation that needs to be done before you come to the HDC meeting. So I can't go off of what is said. I need documentation. Do you all feel like we have or think we have the documentation that we need? Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, first, Christy, I wanted to ask, a decision has to be made on this at this meeting. Okay, so what I wanted to ask is I asked several questions about the porch. Are you maintaining the same overhang? Are you maintaining the same pitch? Yes. Are you extending a beam to the back? Yes. Are you installing 2 new columns? Yes. And so with that being said, if we made a motion with conditions that all those conditions need to be met, would you be able to work with the applicant on drawings? They really shouldn't be that complex, and go from there.
Christie's shaking her head, yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Thank
all right.
you.
Like just
That's helpful.
like we
Thank you.
usually do with approval
Yeah.
with conditions, very specific directives to staff.
Okay. Thanks, Commissioner Goodwin. Great question. All right, the painting. The painting of the brick. Because all these other people did it. Thank you for giving us a list of people to contact.
So if I can give a little more
Yeah.
perspective.
Yeah, please.
Painting foundations was approved left and right by this commission up until we changed the design standards in 2017. That's why there are so many painted brick foundations in Dilworth. It was just a stroke of the pen at the staff level.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. So.
To argue with myself, the other side of it says that we can paint to unify disparate parts. And the porch would be that, yes. Commissioner Bell?
Yeah, I mean, one of my questions seemed very novice, but the reason I asked about the painting of the columns, it was going to be the same color or repainting a different color, would it match? Is when all that painting is taking place and people are looking at it, they're looking at it as an approval. So again, I'm just thinking down the road. So it's interesting. So since 2000, up until 2017, the HDC signed off on foundation.
Just foundation.
Just foundation.
Not piers.
Not everything else.
Not everything, just foundation. But then, you know, it was discussed at length that that sends the wrong message and, you know, about painting. What about a creative solution of white brick with white mortar? It's not painted, but it would allow the blending of and it would be less of a change from your standards that say you can paint for disparate parts, but the other part of that is not of one's own making, which is this is what this would be.
That's totally what
The
this is.
HDC also requires traditional colored brick, but in this case, maybe traditional colored brick isn't appropriate given that this brick was painted pre-district. And you don't want to send the message about painted brick. Just a possible solution.
Well, I heard a groan, so I'm gonna go
Okay.
Yeah.
to Commissioner Barth.
So are you suggesting putting white brick up and then painting said white brick because it's different? Or
No, not painting brick
paint.
at all. Just using a white brick, white mortar. You can then tell that it's not original. And then he could paint the rest of the foundation and columns to match that new brick.
I'd just be curious to see how that looks because I would imagine it sticks out pretty. I mean, there are the only 2 columns on the front facade that are not painted. Granted, they're white, but they're going to look different.
I mean, I think if we can improve that porch, we've got to approve the painting of those columns. I can't imagine why we wouldn't, for any reason.
Well, it goes back to what Chrissy said earlier. This is of their own making. This is a decision.
But the painted, the doing what Christie said is going to stand out. It's not going to look.
Yeah.
I think Commissioner
Bell?
One of the things I was going to ask is, it is a request that they're making. Could they return the columns by adding new columns? Can you return the painted columns to the original brick of what the new columns would be?
You could remove the paint from the other columns so that they all match, and it's been done. Candace has helped 2 people successfully do this, one in Oakland Park and one in Wilmore. It looks fantastic. We will share pictures and everything at our next retreat, but yeah, it's absolutely doable.
That's what I would.
Okay, there you go.
Great question, Commissioner Bell. Commissioner Goodwin?
Where would you start? Because the bottom of these columns are already there. The lower half is already there, the wall is already there, the foundation is already there. And you're just adding, you're extending the column up to the porch.
If you,
Like above the cap. Is that what you were saying, Commissioner Bell?
yeah, so I would just go from the bottom of the column up, not all the wrap around and everything else that's brick. Because I understand that, you know, it was there when he moved in. However, I also appreciate the fact that we have an application before us. He's asking for 2 additional columns, and I think we're trying to meet in the middle, recognizing that there's, you know, there was approval before and trying to meet, you know, the request of the applicant.
The difference here too, for the commission to consider, and I know it's a nuance that's not always clear to the neighborhood, but this building came into the district painted. The start of time for this building was painted foundation, painted columns. So I think that does give the commission some options. Unlike other things that may have happened under previous design standards, this was never a decision of the commission to allow or not allow.
But
I think there's no right, I mean, it's a tough case, so.
but our
Have at it.
standards are what they are.
Right,
now.
they are what they are right now.
So if we allow painted brick,
If you-
we're sending the message to other people,
You
though
are.
they may interpret it incorrectly,
You are.
that they can paint brick. I think the solution that Commissioner Wojcik was talking about is a perfect one, and we leave that to as an option for the applicant.
It's up to y'all.
Okay.
So don't we have an option in our standards that, as Commissioner Parati mentioned earlier, that we can paint brick to unify disparate parts? I think it's going to be asking a lot of the applicant to
yeah.
remove the paint from those columns.
But then Christie added the other part of that, which is as long as it's not of the owner's if it's not a condition brought on by the owner, which this is, this would be.
You can't separate it out. That's that whole
Yeah.
clause.
Like a porch is nice to have, a covering is wonderful to have, but this is a choice that the owner is making. And so.
But I'm sorry, it wasn't his choice. It wasn't his choice to paint the brick originally.
Well, that's why you would have to use a different standard, is my point. Like, you can't use that disparate part standard. You'd have to really nuance everything out, should you allow this, based on the fact that this came into the district painted.
Okay. Well, we could continue talking about this, but I don't see why we would. So why don't we get a motion going and see where we all stand? Yep, Commissioner Goodwin.
Which feedback on the downspouts from the applicant has expressed.
And Commissioner Goodwin, will you speak directly into your mic?
I'm
sir?
wondering if we could get some more input on the downspouts. The applicant appears to be willing to place the downspouts on the left and right sides. And if we do have a standard for that, and if the gutter is being augmented, then perhaps we could enforce that.
I only have one issue with the downspouts. That is a really long run. So getting those gutters to flow properly, potentially moving all the downspouts from the side may present a water damage issue for this particular house. So while I see that you're trying to aesthetically help that front elevation, I'm concerned that it could present water issues. I mean, and again, I'm not a building scientist or engineer or builder, but you know.
I know, I see exactly what you're saying, and it's been that way perhaps since the house was built.
Commissioner Goodwin, want to try a motion?
Yeah, I will, I'll shoot for a motion. I make a motion to approve the front porch part of this application with the following conditions. Going to maintain the existing roof and column and beam forms for the new roof, including roof pitch, overhang, column details, beam details, and exposed rafter details. And that the applicant would submit detailed drawings and work with staff for detailed drawings for those details. With regard to the windows for the accessory building, I make a motion to, I don't know if it'd be a second motion to deny the windows. Would that be a second motion? Okay.
So let's
Thank you.
start with your first motion, Commissioner Goodwin. All right, one more time, please, sir.
Okay, I make a motion to approve this application with regard to the new roof extension with the condition that the applicant maintain the existing roof and column and beam forms for the new roof, including the roof pitch, the overhang, the column details, the beam details, and the exposed rafter details, and supply permit-ready drawings to staff for approval.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Goodwin. Do you want to add the paint or no paint in that since it's dealing with the porch?
We add some standards in general.
Yep.
Okay, the 4.8 porches. I'd also like to add 3.12, that's the description of the American four-square home that shows asymmetric porches on the front.
Okay. Are you going to save the paint for another motion or?
As part of my motion, I approve the request to paint the columns to match the existing.
Can you give reasoning why, so we have it documented for why you're making an exception for this particular house? Because as we know, every project is different and unique.
And our attorneys just need standards as to guard against anything with standards.
I think the basis for that is the fact that the house has been painted before and been painted since, what was the date that you discovered?
1986 was the
It's been painted
photograph.
at least since 1986. And
Your standards?
I need to look for the standards and see what kind of exceptions that can be made if we cannot use the standard that cites the unification of disparate parts.
You could always maybe go
argument.
to
That was-
2.5, Secretary of Interior Standards, that talks about, hold on. Actually, I don't think I can help you with that one.
Well, there is the Secretary of Interior Standards #2, historic character of the property shall be retained and preserved.
I don't think that's the
Know
one.
that.
Yeah, I think that speaks for why it shouldn't be painted.
There is a point where the modifications that have been done to it create its own kind of definition of the evolution of changes. Where was that? Where's that?
I venture to say if there's not a standard or that we can point to, maybe that's our answer.
Bill, there was a standard that we talked about that created When changes were made over time, they started to define the change in architecture as it's,
It's 2.5 number 4. 2.5 number 4.
Oh. So that's, most properties change over time. Those changes that have acquired historic significance in their own right shall be retained and preserved.
And Commissioner Goodwin, just for the record, when you're applying that standard, do you mean to include when when the home was painted? Christy, can you help me? When was it painted?
It predates the district pre-1986, so we don't even know when it was painted.
Okay, so would that be an inclusion into your motion?
Over 37 years ago.
Yes,
And prior to entering the district?
yes.
I think we should be very careful. There are a lot of applicants who would be chomping at the bit to use that to justify painting.
And
I have a
to argue
question.
against myself, what I told you earlier, things enter the district when they enter, but bringing into compliance is always a goal.
Let me ask one other question. Is the research that was done, are there no photographs available prior to 1986?
Not in our files here. Jenny, what did they find at the state?
They had pretty much the same thing. It was 1986. They couldn't go back any farther than that.
I'm
Yeah,
having a hard-
Commissioner Barth wants to make a point, and then on to you, Commissioner Bell.
I'd like to make a suggestion to Commissioner Goodwin. Perhaps we table the painting and we say it's denied for now. And then we request that the applicant provide further study to explore taking off the paint on the existing brick to analyze its condition, and then further research, see if there are any older photographs of this house.
That's a friendly amendment, Commissioner Goodwin. Okay, accept it.
Yeah.
Still have something you want to add, Commissioner
Yeah, I
Bell?
was just going to say, I have a hard time applying number 4 to.
I think we're in agreement. So Commissioner Goodwin has made the first motion. And do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Commissioner Barth. Any further discussion of the motion?
Are we doing that friendly amendment? Was that part of
Yep,
it?
it was accepted.
That was accepted, okay.
Okay. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve the porch, 8-0. All right, Commissioner Goodwin?
I make a motion to deny the windows in that they are not consistent with the historic precedent and standard 6.15. Number 1. Four. That's it.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Goodwin. Motion made by Commissioner Goodwin, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Whitlock. Any further discussion of the motion? Commissioner Barth?
Do we need to put out there that while the window is denied and not likely to be approved in our districts, that the applicant would need to bring in a physical sample for new products?
It's denied, so it's kind of,
It doesn't hurt to say, you know, we didn't have enough information to evaluate
Mhm.
without a physical sample.
Okay.
And we're at the end date for when we can
Right.
consider this.
So
project.
not that they need to bring it back in, but that we didn't have it, so we denied it.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
And I know the paint was a bit of a part of the first part of your motion. Do we need to mention that it is in fact being denied at this time in your denial motion?
Yes. Good catch. Good job, Commissioner Barth.
As a second part of my second motion on the denial, I would like to add that the installed windows are denied, and that they are not consistent with the windows that were in the application. And then also standards 6.15, number 1 and number 4.
What about the painted brick? Part 2 of your denial is the painted brick.
And also as part of this motion, I make a motion to deny the painting of the brick, and that the applicant would provide further study of removal of the brick on the other columns, or provide photographic evidence of that the columns were painted to make that paint historic. That would be 50 years or older.
And you said that the brick would be removed, that the paint would be removed from the brick, just as a point of clarification.
No, that's
Yep.
not part of the denial. The denial is just you're denying painted brick for the new columns.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was clarifying something Commissioner Goodwin said.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, he said that the brick would be removed. Mistakenly, you said that. And so I was just trying to clarify. So Christy is saying that we are not even going there on removing the paint from the brick.
No, that's up to the applicant, should they wish to come back and request something different under new application for the porch. That you've already voted on that. Yeah.
No, we didn't.
You voted on the porch 8-0.
We voted on the porch, but we didn't vote on the paint, which was attached to the porch.
You did. It was included saying the friendly amendment Chris made.
He
They
just
could-
made it.
No, that they could come back was the friendly amendment.
Okay.
And then he made a second to make
Mhm.
it very clear that the
Yes.
painting is denied with the
Mhm.
windows. So it's two separate things.
So Commissioner Goodwin, are you good with that?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock, are you also still good with that?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I think we're all good with that now. Well, we'll see. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to deny passes 8-0. Thanks for your time and patience, Jesse. All right.
Passing it.
Thank you,
back over
Commissioner
to
Goodwin.
Jenny, I believe Commissioner Goodwin is exiting the building, leaving the meeting at 4:30. And the next application is 1513-1515 South Mint for some signage. And Jenny is on point for this.
As Christy said, this is the application for 1513-1515 South Mint Street. And you all actually saw this application back in April 12th, 2023, and you asked for items from the applicant, and that included restudying the signage of all the tenants more as a holistic approach. You asked to see the signage to be placed near the main points of entry for each tenant, and to consider other sign restrictions that were referenced in Appendix A. Are there any, is the applicant here or online? She's-
Yes, I am.
Hi, have you been sworn in, Sherry?
Yes, I did.
Okay, then can you just state your name and address for the court reporter, please?
Yes, Sherry Hartzell, 414 Russell Street, Kannapolis, North Carolina, 28083.
Thank you. Okay, so what they supplied is more of a site plan that shows in red. You'll see the main entrances now defined. There was some confusion, if I remember correctly, on this entrance towards on the side of the building. That's actually a fire exit. It's not actually an entrance into the business. The main entrance for that particular business is located on Mint Street, as is the main entrance to a second tenant. So that's also on Mint Street. There is a third tenant at the rear of the building, and their main entrance is on the side, the right side of the building. So hopefully that clarifies that a little bit more. They also submitted with the application where the signs could go. And as you'll see with the red dots, that's where you had asked to see that the signage goes near the main entrance for each tenant. They also offered some secondary options. So the secondary option for the tenant on the left side of the building would be on the left side wall. And then a secondary location for the tenant on the right side, front right side of the building, is the front of the right wall. And here are the signage for the first two tenants on the front of the building. And this is the third sign, the Horseshoe Business. It's at the rear, the tenant at the rear of the building. I did go through and make a little note explaining the red dots and where that actually looks on the site plan. So hopefully that explains that a little bit. And then there's a comparison. The horseshoe sign actually had to be modified. It was big. And so here's this was what was presented April 12th, and this is what is being presented today. There is also a supplement that was given to us. This is a recent picture of the horseshoe sign being lit up, which was not on the April 12th drawing. It said it was an unlit, non-illuminated sign on the drawing. And as you can tell, this is also an after-the-fact case. So please review it as though nothing has happened and the application is new to you. Okay, Sherry, just let me know if there's a particular slide you want me to start with, and we can just go ahead and have you explain what's going on.
Okay, well, it is after the fact. We did not do our research and we did not seek the help that we needed to until it was a little too late. So after meeting with Jenny and the owners, they come up with this sign package, and I believe it is more within y'all's guidelines. So hopefully this is something that you guys are going to accept.
All right, is that it, Sherry?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Is that it?
Yes, I mean, the drawings pretty much show all of the options and the signs. The signs are definitely smaller, all non-illuminated. These should be within the design criteria.
Okay. All right. Christy, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application?
No callers.
No callers. Okay. Commissioners, questions?
I have a question.
Sure. Commissioner Wheat and then Commissioner Bell.
The sign that's currently on the horseshoe that we see in the agenda supplement, is that the old sign that's too big anyway, or is it the new?
That's the old sign that's too big. Yes.
And will the new sign be lit?
No.
Okay.
No.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Bell?
Excuse me, I'm sorry. And I say that having asked the applicant for confirmation of
Okay.
that, and they said it would not be illuminated, the new sign.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Bell?
My question is the material of the signs.
These are going to be aluminum. They're going to be made out of aluminum and painted the colors.
Okay, thank you.
Go on, ask your question,
Well,
Commissioner Bell.
Because I was looking at the standards. How do we define sturdy metals? Do we define aluminum as a sturdy metal?
It says here,
Is it, okay.
number 3. Oh, yeah, it was what you were saying, Commissioner Bell. All signs must visually relate to the building they serve. I think that's a key
Yeah.
point.
I'm looking at under the
Mm-hmm.
Do aluminum
Signs
signs
and
a
com-
lot. Usually it's a thicker grade aluminum that people are using in signs, right? So that they're not getting bent in the high winds or anything.
So we could put that in the motion.
Yeah, I
To make
think
sure
it's
that's
pretty
clarified.
typical. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Chrissy, remind me, how do we?
How'd we get here?
I ask myself that all the time. All multi-tenant building signage must be consolidated, may not exceed 1 sign per street frontage, and are limited to a total of 10 square feet in area, total inclusive of all
Correct.
tenants.
However, when you reviewed this original project,
I remember
it was
it vaguely.
3 addresses together, and
Mm.
you felt that this was a little bit unique, and you told the applicant at that time, you know, we will consider more signage
Mhm.
given the special circumstances of this building, the structure, but you need to come to us with a complete sign package
Mhm,
so that we
mhm.
understand where everything is going and how it relates to each other to
Mhm.
make sure that, yes, we know it is going to exceed our standard, but we want to know what it's going to look like. And you've done this in the past for the building across the street, like Yumi Bistro.
Yep, mhm.
Yeah, but that
That
was
was
the-
different. That's its own building.
uh,
Well, because then there was Bordeaux and, yeah.
So it was just, you asked for something comprehensive because you knew that this was a special circumstance with this commercial structure, that additional signage would be needed. just
Sure.
Based on the number of tenants.
Thanks for reminding me. You were quite generous. All right, Commissioner Barth.
I'm sorry, my apologies, I don't remember the applicant's name, but
Mhm.
Sharon.
Sherry.
I
Sherry.
apologize.
That's okay.
Could you speak to the, I get that the horseshoe sign is projecting from the building's facade. The
Yes.
trio and Borough and Welshel and Culp signs, are those like, how thick are those? Are those applied to the facade? Or are they, what are those made out of as well?
Yes, the trio is a 2-inch deep fabricated aluminum sign. And the letters for Burroughs, Welcher, and Culp, they are a 1/2-inch thick aluminum solid letters.
Great, thanks.
So fabricated aluminum, does that count as metal for us, Christy?
I feel like it's pretty standard for signage.
Okay. Yes, we're learning something new every day. Okay. Any other questions, commissioners? All right. Sherry, anything you want to say before we close for deliberation?
Not really. I think the drawings pretty much say it all.
Okay. All right, so we will close now for deliberation. Commissioners?
I think they've done what we've asked.
Okay, so you want to make a motion?
Okay.
Anyone disagree with Commissioner Barth? Commissioner Whitlock?
I don't disagree. I just have one question on the spec sheet. It says the signage, the sign face material is acrylic. So I don't know if that has any bearing. That's on the horseshoe.
Was that likely when it was eliminated? And it's an
I
after?
don't know. It's part of the current.
You can make it a condition
Yeah.
that it's metal.
Yeah,
and
we
not
can
a-
definitely make that solid.
Okay, why don't we reopen? Sherry, when we're closed, we can speak, but we will open it so that
Sorry.
you can say what you want to say. All right, we're open.
Okay. My turn, huh? Okay. Yes, we can definitely do that in solid aluminum.
All right. Okay, thumbs up from Commissioner Barth. Thank you, Sherry. We will reclose now.
Okay.
All right, Commissioners, Commissioner Bell?
I did have a question too around sizing. We're okay with different sizes because it's based on placement.
Projection.
Okay,
Facade.
Okay.
thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Taylor? No, you were just sitting up. Okay. Commissioner Barth, you want to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion to approve this application as presented with a few exceptions, as it is not incongruous with our standards. For 8.2 on signage within urban districts and general commercial. And would like to note that we're making a special consideration for this project because it does have 3 separate addresses.
All right.
Would also like to ask that the applicant work with staff in ensuring that the horseshoe sign is of all metal and to be painted as identified by the applicant and to work with staff.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Barth. Motion made by Commissioner Barth, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Bell. Any further discussion of the motion? Okay. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Yes, motion to approve passes 7-0. Thank you, Sherry.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Our next applicants are in the room, and I believe they've been sworn in. The next application is a continuation from last month. Is, from June, correct. They took their time. 1919 South Mint Street. It was continued for a revised site plan with driveway and walkway details and revisions to windows, requesting they retain existing windows and provide new window detail and specifications for the addition to comply with standard 6.15. So let's see here. We have new plans shown on slide 6. With that, I'll turn it right over to the applicants. Be sure to use the microphone, turn it on so it's green, and speak loud and clear for us.
All right.
Thanks.
Name and address.
Yes, please.
Andrew Woodruff, 2301 Greenway Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28204.
Brittany Whitley, 1919 South Mint Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
Daniel Whitley, 1919 South Mint Street, Charlotte, 28203. Yeah, so basically we just responded to the letter, wrote back the first, as Christy said, the site plan. And this might have been unclear from our last presentation. We talked about the driveway quite a bit, but I don't know if you guys remember mentioning that it's a shared driveway between them and the property next door. We want that to be a separate project. So we're going to present that and that be approved as a separate project. So I didn't include any details. I did make it clear that in both new and proposed that it's existing sidewalk and existing driveway. So just to clarify that. I showed the HVAC location on the north side of the property and a probable new HVAC location down by the addition on the southern part of the drawing.
And I believe that was it. I did add some trees. We talked a little bit about trees and just to show that there's no trees being removed for this project at all. So that's the site plan. For the windows, we cleaned up the design, replicating the original part of the house. I added some verbiage that the windows would be evaluated for a possible rebuild to determine whether that's financially feasible or not. If not, those replacement windows and the new windows that they be per 6.15 and certainly run past the staff for an approved product. Lastly, on the windows, there were specific comments about the rear elevation. We were trying to extend the lower sash, do a little bit something different for the master bedroom. We went back and added a triple, exact same proportion and dimensions as the front of the house, and we did a 6-inch mull in between those 3 double hungs. And I believe that's all we had addressed.
Okay, thank you so much. Christy, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers.
All right, commissioners, questions of the applicants? We can look, yeah, go on, sorry. Yeah, Commissioner
Just
Bell.
One question. Is there only one HVAC? Will there be? Oh,
He pointed out a potential future one at the back of the addition.
oh, sorry. Thank
Okay.
you. I saw one. I didn't know if there'd be more than just that one.
We anticipate a second one, and it was shown farther down from the setback. They might be together, they might be farther down. We're going to wait for the design build on HVAC to determine all that.
Okay, thank you.
But we're assuming one more.
Okay. Any other questions? Commissioner Taylor? Oh, did you say you have a question? Okay. If you move suddenly, I think you want to talk. Just so you know. Any other questions? Yeah, Commissioner Barth?
So I just want to make sure I understand correctly. You mentioned the windows on the existing house, and your plan right now is to have them analyzed for reconstruction or rehabilitation. If that is cost prohibitive, you'd like to come back and suggest replacement? Do I have that right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, as per the kind of committee's suggestions, let's look at the windows, see if they're rebuildable. Let's see how much that will cost the owner and make a decision at that point. If it's not feasible, then we will submit windows which are per your
we're just going to share this with you. The cost is not within our purview. So if the windows can be restored, that is the preference of this body, not if it's cost prohibitive, okay?
Understood.
And so the chances of you getting new windows, if the old ones can be rebuilt, and usually they can, is slim to none, okay?
And staff can't approve replacement windows, so you would need to come back with a window by window evaluation to share with the commission about all the problems.
And if you really study the chapter on windows and windows in chapter 4, then you'll see all the things that you'll be up against.
I understand.
Okay, all right.
Thank you for clarifying that.
You're welcome. All right. Okay, any other questions, commissioners? Yeah, Commissioner Wojcik?
I know this wasn't listed as on the continuation, but did we discuss the railing? I thought that we did, but I didn't see any revisions to the drawings. So I just wanted to make sure that the way that it was drawn originally was 36 inches, and the way that it's drawn now, it still looks like it's at that height. And we were hoping that it would be at the traditional 30-inch with what do they call that? A booster rail above it. So that's just one thing I want to make sure that gets addressed as well. And thank you for drawing the windows the way that they are currently, because that's very helpful.
Sure. If I recall, we had discussion about it, and I believe the committee said we prefer this way of the two, but since we didn't get it back specifically in writing, we assumed it was not a directive.
We can give you direction on that. Okay.
All right?
And I know that the driveway is not included, so when you bring it back, just make sure that we have the dimensions on that, so we know how to proceed, okay?
The dimensions on what?
The driveway,
The new or the existing?
both,
Okay.
okay?
Yeah, because that'll be a separate application, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
Just making
And,
sure of
and
that.
so, in the interest of time, so that you bring back everything that we need, just know that we need the dimensions, okay?
Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right, any other comments, questions? Anything you all want to say before we close? Okay, all right. We will now close for deliberation. So there were, let's see here, two, I believe, two main reasons for continuing this application. The driveway has been tabled. So site plan, provide a revised site plan with the driveway and walkway details. That is tabled for now. The HVAC location, which they did per standard 8.2. So check. Yeah. Okay. So one down, one to go. Windows, retain existing windows per standard 4.12 through 4.14. We just had that conversation. Provide new window details and specification for the addition to comply with standard 6.15. The windows on the addition need to be consistent with the historic house, and the ganged windows have a mold gap, need to have a mold gap of at least 6 inches. Was that done? Okay. So, then what do we do when they've answered all the things that we've asked them to do? We make a motion. We make a motion and we say, thank you, how? Who wants to make a motion? Don't all jump at once. Yeah, you make this one, Commissioner Barr. Thank you.
All right. I'd like to make a motion to approve this application as presented with the following supporting material. Realizing that we are not reviewing the driveway at this time as it was previously moved upon. The applicant will be bringing that before us later. As Commissioner Parati pointed out, would request that the applicant review driveway dimensions on existing and proposed driveways. For the windows, would request that the applicant follow standards 4.12 through 4.14 for windows and work with staff as far as, excuse me, the existing windows, we are currently
Retained and repaired.
retained and repaired for 4.12 and 4.14. And for the new windows, request that staff work with the applicant as far as materials, mold gaps, trim, approved manufacturer and model lines. And that would be standard 6.15.
Does Commissioner Wojcik have a friendly amendment?
I would like to add a friendly amendment to have the front rail dimensions modified with a traditional 30-inch tall railing system and a booster rail installed above that.
Forgot about that one. Accepted.
Okay, so motion made by Commissioner Barth, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Bell. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve with conditions passes 7-0. Thank you so much for listening to our feedback and coming back with what we requested.
Thank you. Thank you. Would anyone like a 5-minute break? And I think this is also going to be the passing of the baton from Vice Chairwoman Parati to Second Vice Chair Barth.
Yes.
To lead the rest of the meeting as Commissioner Parati is leaving the building at 4:57 PM.
Okay, thank you so much. 5 minutes.
We'll be back in
5:05.
5:05. Thanks. The earlier one. Yeah. Right, welcome back from break. This is Christy, staff to the commission, and I'd just like to announce to everyone watching at home that we will not have quorum for agenda item number 12, so that will be moved to the beginning of the September agenda. But next, we will continue on with application number 10, 2101 Dilworth Road East. I see Jennifer, the applicant, is with us. Jennifer, welcome. Have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay.
If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Jennifer. This application was continued from the July 12th meeting for a redesign of the walkway, private walkway connection to the public sidewalk, and taking into account some grade changes and with the retaining wall and steps down to the sidewalk level. The applicant has provided additional information from neighboring properties and their numbers of steps and similar designs in the neighborhood, some brick samples, and a revised site plan is on slide 7. So Jennifer, I'll start you on slide 7. Let me know if you'd like me to go somewhere else. Before you get started, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Sure. Hello, my name is Jennifer Spencer. Address is 2101 Dilworth Road East. Representing a walkway that came to you in last month's meeting. We had a significant amount of feedback on the size of the connection point from the private walkway to the public sidewalk. As you can see in this new drawing from our architect, we've brought that down significantly per all of the suggestions that we received. We also provided a lot of context for, there was a big conversation about grade of our land and some opinions on perhaps there wasn't enough grade for steps. And so I tried to get a photograph that showed that we do have a significant grade. There's also on the next slide a side view that shows the grade as we can see it, kind of in line with where the steps would be. I've also shown that every single house on our street from Carling to Dilworth Road West has steps, and all but 2, which are on the farthest end of the block, have 2 steps, which is what we're proposing. And that's worked through on that last slide there. We came down in size, as I mentioned, quite significantly, quite a departure from where we as homeowners were hoping to be, but in an effort to get this, passed, we brought the size way down, listening to the feedback we did receive. So please let me know if you have any questions.
Is that it?
Yes.
All right. Commissioners, you guys have any questions for the applicant?
If I may, we have one caller, but I think they might be for the next application. Hello, if you've called into the Historic District Commission meeting, would you just let us know if you are calling in about 2101 Dilworth Road East? Yes or no is fine. Okay, moving on.
All right.
Questions of commissioners?
Commissioners, anybody have any questions? Going once.
I have a statement. No questions.
Commissioner Wojcik.
Jennifer, I just wanted to say thank you so much for listening to our feedback and taking it into consideration and bringing back this new design to us.
Thank you.
I do have one question. Jennifer, the examples that you presented look great and seem within the scope of basically what you're proposing here. Do you have any dimensions just to identify that similarity between the other?
Yes. I didn't take a tape. Well, I did take a tape measure to the bottom right example, and that was over 19 feet, and it was also approved within this year. I believe it was a staff approval. We had originally asked for 16 feet from the end of each piers, which was where the problem seemed to be at the last meeting. We've come down to 8 feet. The majority of these examples are 8 feet or over and all on our block on Dilworth Road, east or west. With the exception, I believe Ewing is the top right, but it shows that flat inset area, which is kind of specific to this design that we both the wider design and the new one that we're presenting to you today. You can see it also. The top left imagery is the closest sample. It's not all brick, but it's the closest to what we're presenting. It has the 2 columns. It has the level inset. It's wider than 8 feet, which is where we are now. And that's on our street at the end of the block. So just the same from Carling to Dilworth Road West on Dilworth Road East, where the 2 capstone corner lots, that sample.
Great. All right. Thank you so much for that insight. Well, if there are no other comments or questions from the commission, I think we'll close for deliberation. Commissioners, anybody have anything they'd like to add? Do we have anyone that's wanting to make a motion? Could start calling on specific people.
I'm very happy with the re-evaluation and presentation in terms of scale and material and design element and appropriateness for the neighborhood is my thought.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, I'm
Just
pretty
a
loud.
little louder.
I'm just happy with what they've brought back to us as an alternative design.
Did we close for deliberation?
We did.
Okay, good. Okay.
So, Commissioner Wojcik, would you like to turn that into a motion?
I will.
Okay.
So I move to approve this application because the project does meet our design standards. I don't have a standard.
I might recommend 8.6 and 8.7.
Design standards 8.6 and 8.7.
Okay, do we have a second?
A second.
Have a second from Commissioner Wheat. Anything else to add? Any amendments? Sound good? All right, let's go to a vote. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
and Commissioner Barth. Motion passes 6-0.
Great. Congratulations. Thanks, Jennifer. Okay, our next application is 1921 Charlotte Drive. The applicant has joined us in the meeting room. Stephen, come on up and join us. And he's been here a while. I know he's been sworn in. This was continued from the July meeting for a number of items, including context, being secondary to the existing structure, spacing, scale, massing, trees, lighting, and then all the things referenced in the staff notes. And the commission also noted that it just reviewed these major items and not any other details. So the applicant has provided a written description about the changes. And also starting on slide, it's like 10. Is the new site plan. Stephen, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Stephen Overcash, 2010 South Tryon Street, 28203. Once again, Stephen Overcash, thank you very much. What I learned at the last meeting, which was great, is to forget that whole 2 point something that says you got to relate to the building that you're adding on to. It was clear that that was meant more for historic structures. We know the original, I'll refer to it as the ugly duckling, is incongruent. So what we decided to do at the last meeting is we were given permission to just kind of forget that and kind of do your own thing. I like that because it's, and we've got a sketch later, it's the first thing you come into off of Kenilworth. And the way we've got it designed, it actually sort of blocks the back of the existing hotel, and that's described in a rendering. We really are an addition. This whole thing is considered one building. It looks like two buildings, but legally it's one building, so it is considered an addition. We've had a lot of updates. We had a good meeting with urban planning, trees. Christie was on that meeting to talk about streetscape, and you know those guys downtown, they want their sidewalks and all that, but we came up with a good compromise to I know that's probably not the purveyance of this committee, but just to update everybody, we went over all the streets, including Kenilworth. So now we're going to get rid of that hedges and overgrown stuff. They want streetscape on Kenilworth. It's going to lead nowhere for now, but we're visionaries, and we know that well beyond my lifetime, you're going to be able to walk to Starbucks along a nice tree-lined sidewalk. It just won't happen probably in my lifetime, but you got to start somewhere, and we're going to be the ones to start it. So I'm excited about that. Now, what that means is we're probably going to need to put an entrance also onto Kenilworth, which we're not showing today because this just came up just a few days ago, which I'm sort of excited about. We've got a nice looking elevation, and it'll look even better if we have an entrance and a sidewalk leading to Kenilworth. It'll be fantastic. So that's the site plan. Really hasn't changed that much. We did connect the building with a pergola. We want that to feel like a little secret alley that leads back to the courtyard, which we've developed. You can see that's the elevation on Ideal Way. It does have an entrance. What we did, and we were told to go explore the neighborhood, so probably 500 feet in every direction. I probably photographed every house. I didn't get arrested, so I was always nervous about that. And because I do look weird going around photographing people's backyards. But it was really neat. So what we did is we've really combined a lot of those elements. Everybody's got their gables and their fireplaces. They really have a neat little trick. Even the house right across Charlotte did the same thing, where you bring down the gable. It's a 2-story, but by bringing that gable, it makes it look like it's a story and a half. That was a copy right across from the house that's being renovated right now. And it was successfully done, and we tried it. We've got a little porch. So we really want to give it its own character. We are proposing the same brick, the same siding color. We're not just totally ignoring. The roof slopes are the same. The roof materials are the same. We're actually going to be able to pick up that condenser that's in the way of the alley, and we're going to put it up in our screen roof. So that will help to clean up that little alley. Nobody likes that buzzing condenser that's sitting there. I guess next slide, that's inside the courtyard. Nobody really sees that unless you're in the courtyard around the fire pit or you're staying at the hotel. So, yes.
This pergola will be here?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And it leads you back to the courtyard.
Okay.
It'll have twinkle lights. It'll be nicely designed. We did get slapped by the planning department, and they were absolutely correct that we were showing surrounds around the brick instead of brick mold. They were correct. We will certainly get that corrected. All the other, I think there was really no other comments. It came down to, and we'll talk about this in a minute, they wanted to substitute some of our trees, and I guess they've got the upper hand on trees, but we'll talk about that just to fill everybody in. But now that we're opening up Kenilworth, we'll probably create some kind of a nice entrance that'll lead into that. We have the brick foundation everywhere, and we lightened up. I think before we probably had more brick, less siding. We sort of went the other way to give it a little bit, to lighten it up a little bit. They also slapped me a little bit because our windows aren't in the middle of the gable, and that had to do with bathrooms, but they're correct. It can be corrected. We'll slide them over and get them on the center of that elevation. Next slide. That's just your boring stuff. So there's the renderings, which I'm excited about. The one on the bottom right, that's what you see when you pull off of Kenilworth. And now Kenilworth, you're going to see it because we're going to have street trees there instead of those overgrown hedges. Somebody wrote in and comment that they have to go pull weeds because it's dangerous and you can't really see around because it's so overgrown. So that's going to be your entrance right when you pull in. It's a nice welcome to Dilworth. The top one just shows you really, you don't see the courtyard unless you really drive back in there. You don't really see the two-story walkways and the doorways. This is looking down the alley, and that's, we want to really kind of feel like a public entrance. If somebody is staying at the hotel and you want to go visit them and meet me at the fire pit, that's probably the way that you would walk over to see your guest through the alley, and then that's what you would see up there inside. Okay, next, just some details. We were asked to, and we had the window detail on the last submittal. They wanted a spec, which we uploaded recently, painted wood window in keeping. You can keep going. What else was it? I'm trying to think what else the planning department, they only had a couple of comments. They wanted to see dimensions on the shutters. We updated that. They're anatomically correct. They're half the window. They got hinges and hold opens and all that kind of good stuff. All right, next, lamps are very traditional. What they wanted is we had wanted the flowering dogwoods between us and the next property. Mainly, we had 8 of them, 8 new ones, because it screened the parking better. They hung lower. And there was more of them, they were fuller. The urban forestry people really want us to do more like willow oaks again, just keep the willow oaks going. So instead of 8 new trees, there may be 6 because we have to space them apart. It won't screen the parking quite as good as the flowering dogwoods, but like I said, that's their bailiwick, and we're happy to go along with it. The good news is, as one couple wrote in about trees, everything they said is absolutely correct. They're healthy, they give off oxygen, they're great. And we feel really good that we're able to probably put 6 new ones back, only because we're not pairing them back for any other reason. We have to spread them out a little bit further, but eventually there'll be about 15, 16 willow oaks on this site, because there are 9 existing already, and we will be losing 3. So enough about trees. Let me see if there's anything else. Confused a little bit about one comment from the planning department, not the planning from you guys, that the thing that we about, well, I couldn't find anywhere else in Dilworth where there's doors, multiple doors coming out in 2 set of steps. That's probably a true statement unless you go up on East Boulevard, you go to Twin Oaks or somewhere like that. But if you stay within your 500 foot, because we're in a residential area, there's no, people don't need 2 sets of steps off of their decks. There's lots of decks with big steps going down in the backyard. And it sort of said, well, therefore, the new building does not meet the standard for context. Well, if you read context, I didn't see where it said you can't do anything that's not found in Dilworth, because when I walked around, there was some wonderful little cute houses that don't relate to anything. Spanish revival, fantastic house. I've never found another one in Dilworth, but it makes it even more unique. You know, it tells you got to bring down the scale. It lists everything in the world that you've got to do, but it doesn't say, oh, you can't do anything that hasn't been done yet in Dilworth. And besides that, really, this is in the interior. If we put another pergola, that's inside our building now. I mean, that's really considered like going into somebody's living room and saying, you know, we don't like the paint color. So that was something I wanted to bring up. I was just confused that it said, therefore, like there was some rule that says you can't do anything that hasn't been done in Dilworth. I don't think that's the intent. It's in terms of scale and everything. I think we've done everything in terms of reducing the scale, changing materials. We got ins and outs. We're matching. I couldn't really find anything that we don't meet in the standards. So that's just one thing I wanted to bring up. Besides that, I'll address it. And we like we're literally 18 inches wider on each side. We like that. It goes back to the sketch. It helps to screen the ugly building a little bit better. So even though additions aren't supposed to be, wider than the original, I think in this case, since I think hopefully everybody will agree that the addition looks better than the primary, that it's okay to hang over just a tad and 18 inches over there to help screen the other building a little bit better. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You bet.
We have a number of callers.
Okay.
I'm just going to go down the list. Is that okay?
Do I need to swear them in?
We might. Let me, Candace, can you unmute all of the callers? And just as a procedural precaution, now that they're all unmuted, yes, please swear them in.
Okay. So for anyone that is listening, it's not just for this case, but for future.
If you have your audio on, please mute your computer. Thank you. Okay.
So with that, if you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great, thank you. Okay, Candace, I'm going to ask for ease of going down the list. I'm going to ask you to mute everybody and we'll just unmute them one at a time. I should also point out before we do that, that in the agenda supplement, there are a number of items. This is what Stephen was indicating earlier about the dimensions and everything for the shutters and the windows. But lots of information submitted by the public in the agenda supplement, which is linked to the agenda online. So I'm just going to go in the order that they signed up, with Denise Walsh being first. Denise, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter.
Sure, it's Denise Walsh. It's 1225 Ideal Way, which is directly across the street from the, directly across Charlotte Drive from the property in question.
Thanks, Denise. Denise, are you in a place where you can turn on your video?
I am not, unfortunately.
Okay. Feel free to proceed with your comments.
Okay, so I strongly oppose the project as presented. I spoke at the last time this was presented last month. Just in general, I think the existing structure is already incongruous with the residential neighborhood. This quote addition, which is obviously larger than the existing structure, and it's completely different. It's honestly, the existing structure is quite ugly. We just heard him reference that, and this is really just putting the changes. It's just really putting lipstick on a pig. Forgive the expression. I'm concerned about doubling the capacity of a hotel in a residential neighborhood. I think that's very concerning for increased traffic. Safety issues. Also, there's no on-site management there, so there's a lot of issues that we have with trash and other concerns. Honestly, concerned with the population density. The loss of mature trees. I appreciate they're trying to replant new trees, but as the presenter indicated, these trees will take quite some time to mature, and we're taking down the existing mature trees. I'm also concerned about the ratio of non-permeable surfaces to permeable surfaces, at least how it appears on the renderings. These ratios are absolutely imposed on our surrounding residential properties. I am in the process of renovating my house, which I mentioned is directly across the street, and I can't put in a sidewalk because it would be over that allowable ratio of permeable to impermeable. Just in general, I just don't think this fits with our residential neighborhood. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Denise. And I just want to confirm you were just sworn in, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Okay.
Christy,
Yes.
do we need to make a comment about anyone commenting on the case as presented needs to speak on how it responds to our guidelines, not necessarily zoning or usage, and those such things.
Great reminder, Chairman Barth. And feel free to interrupt should you need to. The next on my list is Matt Knox. Matt, are you with us? Hi, Matt. Are you in a place where you can turn on your video?
Yes, there.
And perfect. Hi. And Matt, you were just sworn in, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please, you may proceed with your comments.
Right. My name's Matt Knox. I live at 2000 Charlotte Drive, Charlotte 28203. I've lived across the street from this project since 1988. I'm opposed to the proposal for a variety of reasons. I think it would be a huge loss to take down these 3 mature, healthy oak trees. I walked over there at lunch today. You can't even wrap your arms around one of these trees. These trees provide a beautiful canopy that cannot be replaced in my lifetime or probably yours. They provide a great barrier to Kenilworth Avenue and the retail stores that are on the other side. I also feel the addition is way too massive for the property of this size. It's out of character with our neighborhood. And as Denise said, I too have great concerns for water runoff. We're constantly having to go out to the drains up on Charlotte Drive and Kenilworth or call the city. They don't maintain, they don't clean, and as water runs off even faster, you're going to flood those streets more frequently. I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. And then we have Michael Baker. And Michael, confirming you were sworn in as well?
Cannot get to a camera. Sorry about that, but I
okay.
was sworn in.
Okay, perfect. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Can you hear me? Yes, I was sworn in. Can you hear me?
Great. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, and I apologize. I cannot access a camera.
That's okay.
I live at 2000 Charlotte Drive, and I wanted to start out by thanking the commission for what they've done. We just completed our 3rd restoration on our house. And we went through the guidelines and leaned on HDC to guide us in the right direction. So I do applaud what the commission does. But in this instance, I really am questioning that this is even being considered. The tree canopy, the city has come to me as a resident and I've contributed hundreds of dollars towards the replacement of a tree canopy. And that's such a big agenda for Charlotte. How in the world can we take down 3 large live oaks to accommodate this building? I do know HDC has refused homeowners from doing certain additions because they were going to have to remove a tree. I also think a lot of people that come before HDC are homeowners who want to stay in the neighborhood, but they've outgrown their house. They need another bedroom. In this case, these were businessmen who bought a commercial building in a historic district. They knew what they were buying. They knew about the tree canopy. And they really knew that increasing the size of the project was not cohesive with the current historic district neighborhood. Another big thing I have a concern about is this massing. When I did my addition on the 2nd floor, we were told we had to dial back the massing. So now we have clipped ceilings on our single family home on the 2nd floor to accommodate massing within keeping with the neighborhood. So I really do have a big issue with that. And I guess the last thing, the speaker who spoke on behalf of the project labeled it a welcome to Dilworth. I have to tell you, this has nothing to do with HDC, but every other week, I have to pick up bags and bags of trash on the property. So they're not taking care of what they currently have. So how should we increase the size of their property when they're not taking care of what they have? So how are they doing a welcome to Dilworth? I appreciate the time. Thank you for your consideration. I am greatly opposed to this project.
Thank you. Next I have Ellen Citarella. Hi, Ellen.
Hi.
Hi.
Can
good
you
to
hear me?
see you. Yes, we can see you and hear you. Were you just sworn in with everyone else?
Yes, I was.
Perfect. If you would state your name and spell your last name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Yes, I am Ellen Citarella. That's Citarella. I live at 322 East Kingston Avenue.
Great. And feel free to begin your comments.
Would you be able to put the letter up there just so it's visible?
Yes, I've been trying to do that as people speak. Thank you
Okay.
for the reminder.
Sure.
There you go.
Yep, thank you. So I am speaking today on behalf of the Dilworth Community Association, where I serve on the board as the land use chair, and we have been keeping an eye on this project. We oppose this 1921 Charlotte Drive application for these reasons. Context, which we believe is the overall relationship of the project to the surroundings. In this case, it's surrounded by bungalows and American small homes. So we expanded that to include commercial in the area. So like Stephen, I was creeping around looking for anything that was similar to this, not finding it. We could not find at all, and this he did call this out, the exterior staircases in the historic district in our area of Dilworth. Nor could we find, what are those, like 12 doors on that side of the building. And so we do not believe that it meets the requirement for context. That kind of leads to orientation. And when we looked at this, we were kind of struggling with, because we do not believe this is one building. I heard Stephen say that this looks like two buildings to us because it's a new building. And the orientation, we were scratching our heads about which street it's facing. Is it Ideal Way, Kenilworth? I am glad to hear there's going to be a proper streetscape on Kenilworth. That's good. So we do not believe that it meets the requirement for orientation either. And it sounds like there may be changes, and it sounds like there may be a door on Kenilworth, so that could be a change coming up. We're also concerned about the width. I heard Stephen call out the number of inches. Doesn't seem like it is secondary to the primary building. And it's hard for us to know because there are no measurements on the site plan. And we find the distance between the two buildings to be much too small. And we are, as everyone else is, concerned about the removal of the heritage trees. And I will not say anything about zoning because I know Chris is going to cut me off or whatever you told him to do, Chrissy. So that's all we have for today. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Ellen. Next we have Russell. Russell, are you with us?
I am. Yes, I am with you.
Hi,
Yeah.
Russell. Thanks for joining. Do you have access to a camera?
I do. There we go. There I am.
Oh, perfect. Great. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, and please spell your last name for the court reporter.
Okay. I was sworn in earlier too.
You were? Oh, yeah, you were?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for catching that. Thank you.
Yep. My name is Russell Ruchterstall. I'm live at 1220. Oh, I spelled RUCKTERSTUHL, and I live on 1227 East Worthington Avenue, 28203.
Feel free to proceed with your comments.
Okay, I didn't have any written comments, so if we could just look at page 10 of the submittal, that probably is the best place to illustrate what I'm going to talk about. And I guess the first thing I want to touch on is something we've been warned against. So it is zoning and land use. And the reason I'm bringing it up is because I think it does affect the design and ultimately the HDC standards. So I just want to say, up until recently, this hotel has not been treated as a hotel use. The legacy zoning ordinance that it's being evaluated against says that it has to have on-site management, and the current hotel does not. So it's not a hotel. It's being treated as a planned multi-family use by land development. And none of the current documentation that's been presented to the HDC reflects that.
Russell, I'm going to have to cut you. Unfortunately, we just cannot talk about
Okay.
management, zoning, usage, that sort of thing. So please stick to
Okay.
the guidelines.
And
Yeah, I
that's
just-
correct, Mr. Chair, in the interest of ensuring that the board is hearing competent, relevant material as it relates to the standards, we would ask that the board focuses on those, and that also in the interest of fairness and consistency to all speakers, that the same standards are applied to everybody equally.
So Russell, I think in order to present your point, maybe look at how it responds to our guidelines directly.
Understood. I was leading into that.
Mentioning usage and the things
Understood.
that you're getting into. Thank you.
Okay. So that aside, I did want to point out the following historic district standard specifics that I'm concerned about. The first one is the orientation, or 7.6 of the standard. This proposed addition does not orient the entrance to the street. The new addition entryway on Ideal Way opens into a single guest room. So it's not really meeting the intent of the standard as a building entrance, clearly designed to face the street. In addition, the new streetscape on Kenilworth hasn't been illustrated here, so it can't be evaluated for that part of the standard. The second thing I want to cover is the spacing, which has been mentioned between the addition and the existing building. There are no dimensions, but if you scale it from the PDF, it's approximately an 8'6" spacing between the existing hotel and the proposed. That's much smaller than anything that can be seen in the immediate neighborhood between two buildings. It adds to the massing and scale of the project in Ideal Way, making the spacing unlike the surrounding properties. And that was section 7.5. So the next one is trees, or section 8.5. So the applicant has stated in their written summary of their changes that the existing lot has a substantial tree canopy, and goes on to describe the replacement of the healthy oak trees, I guess, used to be with flowering dogwoods, now with oak trees. But I did want to point out in the Historic District Design Standard, there's not any accommodations that permit for tree removal based on the amount of existing tree canopy on the lot. So you can't use that as justification for the removal of healthy trees. The next one I wanted to cover was parking, or section 8.3. So the subject project has a parking lot in the side yard, which is very prominent approaching the property from the north on Charlotte Drive. The new screening, which used to be flowering dogwoods again and is going to be changed to oak trees, does not provide street level screening for this expanded parking lot, and making it even more dominant visually from Charlotte Drive. I did notice in the Historic District Standards that a screening plan is required per item 9 on page 8.3, and I did not see that in the submitted documentation. My final comment is about the lighting, or section 8.12. The existing parking lot has a single sodium pole light, and there's nothing in the submitted documents to talk about any revised lighting for the expanded parking lot. I would think that they need to meet the design standards for dark sky compliant, downward directed, and fully shielded to protect the neighborhood from that light pollution. So those are the comments related to the Historic District standards that I wanted to illustrate to everyone, and thanks for the time.
Thank you, Russell.
Yeah.
Next, I have Shannon Wilcox. Shannon, are you with us? Hi, Shannon. Uh-oh, I think.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, Shannon.
Hi.
Have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, we'll do that now.
Shannon, if you would raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. Shannon, before you start, would you please state your name and your address and spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Shannon Wilcox, and I reside at 2005 Charlotte Drive. The spelling of my last name is Wilcox.
Thanks, Shannon. Shannon, are you able to turn on your camera?
I am not, so
Okay.
sorry.
Okay, feel free to proceed with your comments.
Yeah, so I don't really have anything additional to add to what my neighbors have already said. My letter that I sent in talked very significantly about the trees. I also think it would be nothing short of, well, I mean, to be frank, irresponsible removing those. Um, And also, I guess there is one thing that kind of made me smile listening into my neighbors. My neighbor across the street, Michael Baker, mentioned the trash. Well, so our house is directly across from the property on Ideal Way, and trash regularly comes into
Shannon?
our lawn.
Shannon, I'm going to have to interrupt you. I apologize. Please relate your testimony to our guidelines. Unfortunately, day-to-day trash and litter do not apply in our guidelines. Thank you.
Okay, I apologize. I really truly have nothing in addition to add then that hasn't already been said. And I thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Tiffany George Keat. Tiffany, are you with us?
Yes,
Hi, Tiffany. Were you sworn in?
I was.
Do you have access to a camera?
I do.
Okay, if you turn your camera on and state your name and your address for the court reporter, and also spell your last name for the court reporter, please.
I'm Tiffany George Keat, GEORGE-KETE. I'm at 1238 East Worthington Avenue, which is directly across the street from the parking lot of this project.
Thanks,
And
Tiffany.
Yes.
Feel free to proceed with your comments.
Okay, I'm going to draw your attention to the mission statement once again. Your mission statement has 4 points, and it's to maintain scale, pedestrian orientation, visual variety. I submit respectfully that none of those can be accomplished by enlarging this already eyesore of a building. The new addition isn't good enough, I don't think, to meet those standards. We're also supposed to preserve your mission statement 2 is green space and trees. We are getting rid of all of the green space. We are getting rid of these 3 trees that all of the neighborhood is obviously very attached to. So I think that's a problem from your mission statement. And I also, back to the point of managing changes to accommodate living in today's world, I think the renovation that happened 18 months ago to 2 years ago does that. The building is livable. None of these, the addition does not make the place more livable. It only enlarges the business, which, it's capitalism and all that. But according to these standards, we're trying to, I think the intent is to keep people in these homes that want to stay in, that have outgrown them. And that is not what's going on here. So I think that's a problem. I agree that the 3.2 is being used, the multi-family. I don't think it complements the rhythm of the neighborhood, of the historic homes. I have a problem with the spacing from 6.5. I have a big problem with the orientation because the front door in the original building is already not being used as it's supposed to be in the orientation. Now we're adding a second entrance that's fake, that is not going to be used to do what I think that standard is supposed to be doing. I think the massing and complexity of form in 6.7 isn't good enough. I also think that the scale reducing techniques in 6.9 haven't happened. I still think the Kenilworth elevation looks like a big massive wall. The fenestration is, I've never seen any other building in Dilworth with that many symmetrical windows, just boink, 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 that look like an office building. I think 32 rooms is enough to talk about how the scale is out of whack with this project. I think the additions, I think that this business should be held to the same standards as the homeowners. If I have to have 50% permeable material on my land, they should have to too. I think if their addition should have to be no more than 50% of the square feet, which is what I would have to do. I think this building in particular that lends nothing to the residents. We don't use it, we don't access it, it doesn't provide any services to us. It should at least be held to the same standards that we're held to, if not higher standards. The facade on these two side buildings, it reminds me of one of those wild west towns where they stick up two facades on either side, and the main piece of the building is still a big rectangle that doesn't have any complexity or interesting architecture whatsoever on it. And so we just slapped these two facades on the side with fake entrances, and I think that is not what is intended by the historic district's standards and guidelines. And I also just don't understand why the parking lot is going to get even bigger. We've already got a problem with permeability, and it's huge as it is, and it's already an eyesore. And let me see if I have any other. In general, I strongly oppose this project. I think the building as it stands is the addition is supposed to relate to both the building and the historic district. I think that's nearly impossible for these people to do. So be another reason this shouldn't happen. So I mean, I have so many problems with this project, as do all of my neighbors, and tops among those lists are the addition is too big, the trees getting taken away, and the permeability are huge problems. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Tiffany.
And might I add, Chrissy, do we have any more?
We have nobody else.
Oh, okay. I was
Unless,
gonna say
yeah.
something, but I'll.
Candace, just confirming that we have no other callers.
Okay. Mr. Overcash, if you'd like to respond to some of the comments that you just heard.
I hear trees a lot. I don't know if that's the purveyance anymore of this committee. Is it still?
Yes, it is. Mhm.
Okay. That's not what I read, but that's fine. So we're battling that between urban forestry. If that is.
Are they heritage trees? What's the size of the trees being removed?
30 inches, one of them.
One, but all of them?
No, they're not all that big.
Okay, so a heritage tree is under the purview of urban forestry, but the others would be under the purview of this commission.
So there are.
What defines heritage? What diameter? I'll go measure.
It's in the UDO and it's 30 inches and larger and a native species.
You heard the one gentleman he couldn't get his arms around.
We had a caller wanting to speak again, so after this, maybe we open it back up. Okay, thanks.
The permeability, I think for non-residential, there's not a restriction. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's my understanding. If somebody here knows otherwise, I don't think it applies. All the other commercial up and down the street on Charlotte Drive are solid parking lots almost around them. I think we've broken the scale down. Now that we know one thing I think we could probably improve, now that we know that we're going to be opening up that screen, we only found that out last week with street trees. I think we really should look at that back elevation, because now it's going to be seen. Before, it was as important. You couldn't ever see it unless you're trespassing. Now you'll be able to. I do think the lady that had a comment about that comment and breaking up the variety, being a little bit more complex in form, was very astute. And there was a reason that we kept it. We did break it up. It meets all the mass and breaking up and all that, and the orientation and all that. I do think we address Ideal Way. I don't think I mean, you can have a door going into your basement and you never go out that door. It's still a door. A lot of the houses probably have doors that they don't use that face street. So I don't think it says that a door has to be, cannot have a key card entrance into it. People will come and go out of the doors. And I think now we will be also addressing Kenilworth. I think we will be also addressing Kenilworth. And I think now we will be also addressing Kenilworth. And I think now we will be also addressing Kenilworth. And I think now we will be also addressing Kenilworth. And I think now we will be also addressing Kenilworth. And I think now we will be also addressing Kenilworth. And I think now we will be also addressing Kenilworth. And I think now we will be also addressing Kenilworth. And I think now we will be also addressing Kenilworth. And I think now we will be also addressing Kenilworth. And I think now we will be also addressing Kenilworth. And I think now we will be also addressing Kenilworth. And I think now we will be also addressing Kenilworth. And I think now we will be also addressing Kenilworth. And I think now we will be also addressing Kenilworth. And I think now we will be also addressing Kenilworth. And I think now we will be also addressing Kenilworth. And I think now we will be also addressing Kenilworth. And I think now we will be also addressing Kenilworth. And I think So I think there were all some good comments. I disagree when they say we haven't broken the scale down, and it's I think we've done a good job according to your guidelines. I mean, you've got pictures. We followed your pictures in the booklet with all the proportions and your foundation and your window proportions. I think you'd be hard pressed to really point to something that it doesn't meet, because we have scoured that and made sure that we checked all the boxes. But I'm always up for some difference of opinion. Okay, we'll go back to the other caller. I'm through.
Thanks, Stephen.
Yes, ma'am.
I just asked Candace to unmute. Michael Baker, I thought I saw your hand pop up. Is there something else you'd like to add, sir?
Yeah, I just want to add that the trees are very, very mature trees. They have to be at least 36 to 48 inches in diameter. They're very large trees.
Okay, thank you. Maybe having the applicant provide that specific
I think
information.
they are indicated on the site plan.
Okay.
And Mr. Overcash could confirm this, but I think trees like A and B are 36 and 38 inches respectively.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
yes, there are large trees, as Mike had mentioned.
Thank you. And then we also had Tiffany had her hand up too. Tiffany?
Other point I wanted to make was about the two primary structures on the same lot. One person talked about it, but I think it needs to be discussed further. The fact that it's not an auxiliary structure, and I couldn't plop two houses down on my front yard if I could do it with the permeability even. And I also think just because there isn't a permeability standard, or there's maybe not the addition standard that maybe there should be. I mean, that's our point. Like, you guys are going to be setting precedences here with these decisions because there aren't standards. And if we're having businesses in these areas, then this is something that's going to come up. And I think we need to very carefully think about what precedents we want to set. Do we want to allow additions to be twice the size of the original buildings, be them businesses or not, especially if they're businesses? So I just think that we need to think that we're setting precedences here, or maybe we just need to put some standards in that have nothing to do specifically with this case, but what you guys think should happen here in the neighborhood. Because I think what's going on next door is out of scale and context. And I also wanted to point out a lot of the houses that they put on their context in this package of theirs are from Dilworth East, which is a much bigger thoroughfare with much grander houses. The houses in the immediate area here are much more modest in comparison to the houses that they've shown. We're at like 2,000 to 3,000 square foot, as opposed to what they're showing at some of these pictures over on Dilworth Road East, which is obviously way smaller than what's going on with the original building, never mind doubling it. So I just wanted to make those points also. Thank you.
Tiffany. Stephen, I think the only question would be, we would just need verification that the tree A and B, the 36 and the 38, what species those are.
Okay.
We would just need that verification?
I'm 99% sure they're willow oaks.
Okay.
I was a Boy Scout. I wasn't a horticulturist.
I mean, I'm not a landscape arborist either, so, okay.
So.
Okay, and one more time for Michael Baker.
Definitely oaks, mature oaks.
Mature oaks. Okay, thank you. All right. Going once, going twice, going 3 times for statements from the public. Okay, back to you.
With that, I think we'll open up to commissioners. We'll start with Commissioner Whitlock. Go ahead.
Yeah, a couple things. I'm confused about whether it's an addition or not. You said definitely it's an addition. How do you come to that? Is it because of the pergola, or what? How does that?
It is, and by code, we are considering it one building. The pergola does connect over. It is an addition. I don't know that really matters. I've read through it and I've tried to analyze everything both ways, and I think it's pretty much a wash. I don't think either one's going to put us in non-compliance.
Well, with an addition, we would, the addition would have to be secondary to the main structure, and you're saying this is 18 inches wider on both ends. And, so I guess that's curious. And I guess what also bothers me is that you're still talking to the planning commission, the arborist, there's still things going on. You're talking about changing the elevation to Kenilworth and such, and I don't know how we know what we're even being asked to approve right now. You know,
But we have to,
yeah.
we have to address both groups, that you work hand in hand. Eventually, we got to get a permit, and we have to get approvals from both.
Yeah, it seems like to me you would want to get those other things determined because they're going to be less negotiable and then come to us at that point, but that's just me.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Christie, can we talk about in the right of ways sidewalks? Is that part of HDC?
We do not have purview over sidewalks and right of way. I think what the commissioners are trying to say, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that the decisions required by land development will have impacts that might drive the design of the property and the quote unquote addition that you're making to the site. Is that right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Commissioner.
So
Whitlock.
I just feel like we don't have the information. I don't have the information I would need, in addition to other things, but just, globally there's a big question mark.
Thank you, Commissioner Whitlock. Commissioner Wojcik.
Well, and as I keep looking at all of this information and I'm trying to keep big picture, and we're talking about trees and what kind of trees are going to be going in and what's going to be cut down potentially so are you saying that if the tree is above a certain size, we don't get to choose whether or not it gets removed or not?
We visited this during our spring retreat and our fall retreat and spring retreat, talking about
trees.
the heritage trees and the heritage trees coming online as part of the UDO. And heritage trees as defined in the UDO are trees greater than 30 inches and native species. That's why it was really important for me to find out the species of these trees to know if they fall under the purview of heritage trees or not. And without knowing the species, I can't definitively tell you as a commission that you're reviewing them or not.
Okay.
And if it's a heritage tree, what was decided, at least for the time being, is that you would defer all of that review to the tree board.
Which ultimately, if they're not going to let the trees come down, then we're not reviewing this at all.
Yeah, we need to know the species.
We need to know the species of the
And we need to know, which ones exactly fall under the UDO.
Okay.
Yep. Commissioner Taylor?
Yeah, I was going to say.
Commissioner Taylor, sorry.
One more.
So, the perspective, can you go to that slide from Ideal Way?
Slide 15.
Yeah, so it's, can you speak to the elevation, the finished floor height and the actual grade height out there between the existing sidewalk and curb to the existing building and what is the new building? Because that doesn't seem like an accurate representation of what's going on out there. So if you slide that over to the left. I mean, it appears that you're walking out at sidewalk level, and there's a timber retaining wall there now with steps that go up. So I'm assuming that there needs to be more development here, because that's not an accurate representation of what's going on.
Just found out what with sidewalks and all that and where they want them, where they're going to let us put them in just last week.
I get it. I just,
Yeah.
this is what's presented to us and
Correct.
it's.
And I'll say that it's moving parts. We know so much more. We don't have all the facts tonight. We're not looking for a vote tonight because we just found out all these facts. We're here to gather information like everybody else and come back. That point with the civil engineers, we will know, are we 18 inches higher than the road? Or are we even? We just don't know that until we get all the facts, and we're trying to collect all the facts. I know it's frustrating. It's a lot of moving
I
parts.
get it. All right. So what, is there signage that's going out here? Do we know anything about that?
Signage?
Yeah.
We have not addressed that. We probably would want to look now if we're opening up Kenilworth to have some tasteful signage on the Kenilworth.
What is the, I'm curious, so, that cute little alleyway there, that door, is that the riser room right there on the right? There's a.
Yeah, it is.
What I'm getting at, the existing little ugly duckling has its electrical panel and meter box right there.
Right.
What, are we having that same thing? Is that gonna be?
It's a door that's locked. It's a locked door.
Are we gonna have the same service panel on the outside that you have on the, is there any representation that needs to be made that this is where the surface is coming in? And like signage, is there something that's missing on this plan that we are not privy to at this point? You may not be privy to.
I'm not. I'm saying we're building this. That's just the way design is dynamic. I've sat through a lot of presentations that have been back and forth over the last few months. We understand that, and we're excited about gathering more information and adding those little details.
I think, Commissioner Taylor, let's focus on the big picture stuff. Because I think there are some real big things here that we may be asking the applicant to address that may.
So my big picture is, I think it's an incomplete submittal.
Right.
There's just not enough information here for us to, short of getting into the details of stuff like, where's the meter panel or whatever? What's the true view from Ideal Way? There's, I don't know.
Do you?
I think you guys should maybe consider deliberation and keep going because we do have a number of other cases tonight.
Okay.
If that's okay. Okay.
Mr. Overcash, do you have any part?
No, I'm taking notes. They're great points. They're things that we need to keep adding as we discover where they go.
Sure.
And, go ahead and then
I was just gonna say, okay, so we'll close for deliberation, and I think there's been a lot of things talked about that we haven't seen the application, as Commissioner Taylor and the other applicants have brought up, such as, there was talk about potentially opening up to Kenilworth. We don't see that. We don't know what the status of these trees are and how, whether they can get removed or not. Anyway.
Some of the specs, I think we're missing some of the measurements of, the scale of the building, definition of, is it an attachment? Is it separate?
So
I think we
despite
should.
what zoning says, this is not an addition. This is a new building.
New building.
On a same parcel as another building. Like we just did with the Dilworth Animal Hospital. There's two buildings on one parcel, and that's what this is. Like at our pre-meeting workshop, 927 East Boulevard was going to be two buildings on one parcel. And so that goes back to, you were looking at Chapter 7, new construction for non-residential buildings. So however zoning determines it, fine. If they determine it's an addition because of the pergola, fine. But this does not meet our standards as an addition because it is not attached. So it is a new construction of a commercial structure on the same parcel as an existing commercial structure.
So Christy, how do we address some of the comments that the community and other commissioners have made about like impermeability?
Impermeability is not anything in commercial. It's not a consideration. That is a residential standard. Like all standards, to Tiffany's point, it is a living document. We are always willing to revisit. But at this point, the impermeability does not apply to this structure, to this lot.
Okay.
Like all buildings on East Boulevard, it doesn't apply there either. So I would think that maybe the appropriate thing would be to make a motion about all of the items that are deemed incomplete. And keep going.
Who had the most comprehensive list? Go ahead. Commissioner Taylor, do you?
Taylor's been volunteered.
Make a motion to continue, is that what we're saying?
Yeah,
To
just
continue, based on standards, 7.35, 7.5, 7.13, 7.14, 7.16, 8.4, 8.5, 8.6, and 8.12.
Do we want to offer any specific components of the Whoops. Do we want to offer any specific components of the project to the applicant to consider redesign or being addressed? Or, to provide a path forward?
Without getting into all of the details, I suggest that the applicant comes forth with a more complete set of plans. And since we do not consider this an addition, that he looks at spacing and mass with regards to the existing building and any future entrance off of Kenilworth. That's all I got.
I might just personally offer have the applicant study the staff's analysis, and as well as the comments brought up by some of the community, and as it relates to our guidelines. I mean, I do think that there could be some scale reducing techniques done over the course of this long building, considering that it does back up to a residential part and single family and smaller structures. So motion made by Commissioner Taylor, second. Seconded by Commissioner
Yes.
Whitlock. Friendly amendment by Commissioner Wojcik.
The trees, we need to know what the trees are.
Thank you. I agree with that. And having some background on that, I'm pretty sure that the two largest are willow oak and an ash, but we need an arborist. They're definitely not all willow oaks. So,
okay.
I would maybe suggest you expand that to not just tree A and B, but all the trees on the to know
the trees on the property.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Identify all the trees on the property.
Friendly amendment by Commissioner Wojcik, accepted by Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Whitlock, do you agree with that amendment?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. We are closed. Are we?
I gotta tell you, it was great watching
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. It's an
Excuse me,
interesting.
does he have the tree merit badge yet?
Yeah, does he
Does he have the tree merit badge? We need somebody.
Hire this young man. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, with that.
If we had, we'll come back.
I'm sorry, Mr. Evercash, we're closed. We'll give you feedback in just a second. So we're good with the amendments. We're good with the motion. Anybody else have any further amendments before we continue with the vote? No, okay.
I just have
Yes, Commissioner
one
Bell.
question. So lighting was on the list. Do we want to add that or is that in the
I
weeds?
think we'll hold off.
Okay.
All right. With that, we will go to a vote. Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik.
Yes.
Commissioner Bell.
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
yes.
Commissioner Barth, yes. Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioners, we have 5 cases left this evening, but it's 6:15. May I propose that we finish through item 14 this evening? Announced that earlier. We're skipping 12 because we don't have quorum for 12. So can we hear cases 13 and 14? They're both very small.
Does anyone have to leave or are we good?
It's 6:50. Yeah, are we good? Okay,
All
good,
right,
good,
let's
good.
proceed.
Okay,
The rest will be-
next case, again, skipping number 12 because we don't have quorum. 1525 Merriman Avenue, and I believe the applicant is joining us online.
Christy, and just to clarify for the record, we're skipping number 12 because we would have to have a member recuse themselves, and at that point, we would lose quorum. Barring that, the rest of the cases that we are going to hear, we will have quorum for them, just to clarify that.
Correct, and we are stating at this point that we will not be hearing 15 through 17 in today's hearing.
Correct. Thank you, Chairman Barth and Attorney Hewitt. Natalie, have you been sworn in?
I have not yet.
Okay, we'll do that first. And can we see you, please?
Yes, it's not working.
We see your pretty background.
Yes, I know, but my face is not coming up. Let me see.
Okay. While you're figuring that out, we're gonna swear you in, okay?
Okay.
And if Catherine Egan, if she happens to be on the line too, we'll take care of both at the same time.
Cat's here for a while.
Wonderful. Brave soul. All right. If you both would please raise your right hand and respond, I do, after the following statement. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thanks, Natalie. Okay, this application is very straightforward. The existing foundation is painted concrete block. We do not see this often in our neighborhoods. The applicant is asking to parge with a smooth finish stucco. The design standards are in the memo. Now, I will say there was, it talks about avoid parging of brick with a mortar to create stucco. But I will say we don't have very many concrete block foundations in the district. That's the reason why it's here, is because of that specific standard. Staff can't approve the project. So with that, I will turn it over to Natalie. Natalie, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Yes, Natalie Stevenson, Stephenson, 1525 Merriman Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 20203. So as you can see, I feel like our house is the only house in the neighborhood that does have center block that is not covered. It is currently visible from the street, and it's not approved finish based on the standard. So typically the neighborhood houses have brick, stone, or stucco foundation, and ours does not have either. So our proposal is to cover the foundation with stucco as an exterior coating. The plan is to cover all sides, the back, front, left, and right. To add curb appeal and bring the face of the house to adhere to the historic district standard. All the materials that are going to be used are original and are from the HGC approved list, which is stucco with cement, sand, and water. Some of the pictures from the neighborhood, from the houses that do have parging, we've included that in the presentation. And the last picture shows, Christy, next slide. Yep. The last picture shows as what we're proposing to have on our house. It's going to be a smooth stucco foundation.
We don't have any callers.
Great. Commissioners is pretty clear cut, in my opinion. Let's see. Anyone? Bueller?
I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner Bell.
I'm just curious, is the coloring different in these pictures, or is that lighting?
It's the same. It's the same color.
Okay. To me, it looks like it's two different colors.
It's just the lighting on the
Yeah,
pictures are taking.
that's what I was I was wondering. And then the material you want to use, is that the traditional material,
The
correct?
traditional material, yeah, the composition will be cement, sand, and water.
Okay.
Oh, yes, Commissioner Whitlock.
Yeah, Marilyn, one of the photographs shows a water table and a skirt, like a skirt board. Are you planning on doing that detail or just stuccoing up under the existing siding?
Just stuccoing up under the existing side.
How thick is the application of the stucco?
We're
that you're
planning to do 2 coats, so the center block won't be visible.
How much margin will that leave from the face of the stucco to the face of the siding?
That I'm not sure. Would like to make sure that everything is even, and it's presentable and looks better.
I think we would like to see a margin there and not have it flush. That wouldn't be good construction. So you would want to have ideally that stucco coming up under that bottom piece of siding and lapping down on top of the stucco. So it can't really tell. It looks like there may be a gap. I don't know if you can, you could stick your fingers up between there right now. You wouldn't want to. Anyway, I think it wouldn't look right if it was flush, for sure. Wouldn't perform.
Well, we do have a mason on staff who can maybe help guide that.
Yeah.
It sounds
Be a staff.
possibly. Now, I noticed Baxter, looks like he joined the meeting. I don't believe he's been sworn in, but had his hand up. And he's another owner of the property. Maybe he could answer that question.
Sure.
Baxter, have you been sworn in?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes, have you been sworn in?
Yes, I swore in with the last round.
Oh, okay, great. Yes, if you would just state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Sure, it's Baxter Stevenson, 1525 Merriman.
Thanks.
So just answering the question that just came up about the thickness, it will not be flush. So there will still, be that difference between the foundation and the siding. So no worries there. It everything will be done to where it looks. It doesn't look abnormal or look like it's been added on. Hence the reason why we went with the parging proposal as opposed to doing anything else.
Thank you.
I have a question for staff or maybe our builders on the panel here. The CMU is obviously painted. Typically, in my experience, which could be wrong, stucco or parging would only adhere to a non-modified masonry substrate, if you will. I would imagine lath would have to be put up.
That's a very good point. Yeah, it's going to have something to mechanically hold it on.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
So would you like more information from the applicant then?
I don't think so. I mean, from my perspective, they could work with staff on the detailing of this and ensuring adequate application of the stucco or parging that they'd like to use, pending some of the comments about the overhang from the siding and those sort of things. But again,
your mason will know.
Candace can handle it. Yep.
You got to meet this Candace.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, Lisa.
She's like the Wizard of Oz. She's running things behind the upstairs.
Well, does anybody else have any other questions for the applicant while I have it open? Everybody good? Do the Baxter or Natalie, do you guys have anything further to add?
No, besides it is going to be a smooth finish. Nothing else to add.
Okay. Great. All right. With that, we'll close and see if anybody cares to make a motion or if there needs to be discussion. Go ahead.
I'll make a motion. Are we
Commissioner
ready
Bell?
to do that?
Sure.
I make a motion to approve the application, per the standards 2.5. And I think chapter 8.7, number 12. Is that correct?
Well, that's for private sites.
No, that's for retaining walls.
Forest Foundation.
What did you say? Oh, 4.4. Sorry.
Point four, number.
And I think you'll want to state that this is not the concrete block is not a common feature in this neighborhood
Okay.
up north for the style of architecture. And so that's why you're allowing this to be purged.
Yeah,
And-
Okay.
Mhm.
I think per 4.4, number 7. But typically, like you're saying, Christy, typically we don't see CMU block.
Mhm.
So that's the reason why we're allowing this.
Okay.
And if you would also add those conditions that Commissioner Whitlock requested.
Yes, I'll add those. All right, I'm just getting to the page, sorry. So make a motion to approve. And we're approving this per the standards 2.5. And we're approving this because unlike many foundations, this is a brick block, which is not common.
A concrete block,
Concrete
CMU.
block.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's a CMU.
concrete,
Mhm.
yeah, block. Per 4.4, number 7 and number 3 with the following conditions, making sure that the applicant works with staff as the stucco is applied, that it is not flush to the outside of the house, but rather the way it currently looks, which is 2 inches indented underneath the paneling. And then also making sure that the product is traditional.
I don't know if 2 inches, not knowing what the current dimension is. Could you maybe just say that the siding is clearly proud of the foundation? Because we don't want to tie them to something that might not be possible.
Okay.
Once they work with Candace. And then if you could also state that the stucco smooth finish should not be painted.
Oh,
Thanks.
so the stucco finish should be traditional material, not painted, and the final application should be proud siding
Siding should be proud of the foundation.
of the siding should be proud of the foundation. You thought this was easy? Is that it?
You got that, Candy? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have a second?
A second.
Commissioner Wojcik seconds it. Any discussion on the motion? Guessing not. All right. We will vote now. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth, that passes 6-0. Congratulations.
Thanks. Thanks, Natalie and Baxter. Okay, Kat, it's finally your turn. Please come on up. And again, this is the last case the commission will hear this evening. We are on case number 14, which is 1818 Lenox Avenue. Thank you for joining us for so long this evening.
It's really nice to see you in person.
You too.
After
You
so many
too.
emails.
I know, so many emails. Okay, so I'll keep this quick. The proposal is a replacement fence in the rear yard. The location's not changing. They're proposing it to be 7 feet in height. Since this is a replacement fence, it comes to the commission because the staff can only approve 6 feet in height. However, they are backed up to a commercial property. And when that has happened in the past, the commission has been a little flexible on fence heights. So with that, I will let you explain the rest of the project. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Yes, I'm Catherine Egan. The last name is spelled Eagan, and my address is 1818 Lenox Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
Okay, if you would talk a little louder, maybe pull this closer. And the commission did recently approve, we did a major renovation on your house recently, right?
Yes, but we haven't started it.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, we actually felt like the fence was a bigger priority. I shared some photos. It is in a bit of a dilapidated state. So in our plans to repair and replace the fence surrounding our backyard, we're requesting an exemption to the fence height standards as we bring the fence design itself in line with the standards. So the fence in its existing height is 7 feet tall. So that is, we're proposing doesn't change. However, you'll see from the design that it has a few things that are not congruent with your current standards, including the posts being on the outside as well as it being this unbroken expanse. So from a design perspective, we are proposing a shadow box style, which is very similar to some recent fences put in by our actual neighbors. For context, the backyard is surrounded on 3 sides by alleyways, one of which is not used on the, sorry, let me orient myself. On the north side, the alleyway actually is not used. It's got a lot of shrubbery, but then on the, like it abuts commercial parking lots. Yes, or it's basically the photo in the upper left corner, or upper right corner. Sorry, I've got a bit of dyslexia. It's the upper right corner. And then the back of it is the Greek Orthodox Church overflow parking. And then on the other side is the alleyway that is used by our neighbors to access their parking pads and garages. So really, it's not visible by any street. You can't see it from Lenox. You can't see it from East Boulevard. You can't see it from, what is that, Springdale? The only people who would see it are our neighbors, who I'm sure would be extremely happy for us to update our fence. The other points I wanted to make was just reiterating what Christy had already mentioned. We did include precedents from 2 other properties, one in Dilworth, one in Plaza Midwood, who got exceptions for actually 8-foot tall fences because they abutted commercial properties as well. So yes, it's become a safety hazard. So.
No callers?
All right, commissioners.
I have a question.
Commissioner Bell.
I just have one question on I think it's slide 20. Well, I'm assuming any of the trees will not be affected by, it's just a routine.
Yes, great question. None of the trees will be affected. I love trees.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik.
I'm sorry. Is that the fence that you're actually requesting to be installed? That
No.
style? Okay.
I mean, that's the style, but these are our neighbors' fences.
Okay.
So you can see how it actually is applied in the neighborhood.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm like what it was really going to look like. So the actual style of the fence that you're asking to.
So it's shadow box, and then it has the trim at the top.
Okay. Okay. And the posts are to the inside, like you just
Exactly.
mentioned. Okay. Thank you.
So this is a fair representation of the fence you like to complete only 7 feet tall?
Yes, sorry, it sounds so loud. That's the reference photo we provided for the fence contractor.
And Christy, do we have approved this style before, correct?
This 100% meets our fence standards.
All right.
Mhm.
Anyone else?
It's 7 feet on 3 sides, including the alleyway.
Yes.
Okay.
And so this is East Boulevard here and all the commercial properties here. This is that parking lot that she mentioned that serves the Greek Orthodox Church. And then this is that other alleyway that connects Springdale to Lenox and adjoins single-family residential on East Worthington.
Mhm.
Do you have a question, Commissioner Taylor, related to?
Just a clarification, this one.
Okay.
This might be for Christie or another commissioner. Is there a document that says something about transitioning heights of fencing?
There is, it's in our fence standards, and that's as fences come, so fences, how our standards read is that fences can be 6 feet in height to the rear corners of the house. And then as it transitions down the front, it needs to step down to 4 feet. So it can be 5 feet along here and then 4 feet here. And that is because front yard fences are limited to 3 feet in height. And that page is,
Oh, it was right.
did you find it?
Yeah, it's 8.7. I'm sorry
Yeah,
about that.
that's okay.
Didn't get that far. So
So what we've done in the past, just to reiterate, is that usually it's been at the edge of a district, abutting commercial. There's been some flexibility allowed in fence height. The one thing we haven't done that relates to this project is we haven't allowed flexibility in that height as it abuts residential.
then can I ask the center?
Go right ahead.
Catherine, where do you propose that the fence will tie into your house?
Sorry, I think this relates to what you were asking Christy before. It does not go beyond the back of the house.
Okay.
It's the existing footprint of the existing fence, which is just surrounding the backyard.
Perfect. Thank you.
And
Yeah.
I feel like we're beating a dead horse here.
Fine.
So the fence that is facing the single family, I guess that would be to the southwest.
Yes.
Is that also 7 foot tall?
Yes, that's what we're
Okay, so it's
proposing.
consistent.
Yeah, and it is 7 foot now. Yes.
Christy, have we because it's a replacement, are there provisions to keeping that single family facing as 7 feet, or would we typically
Bring into compliance.
ask to?
Yeah. But, there is an adjoining alleyway, so it's
Yeah.
not like it's providing division between property lines like most fences. So it's up to y'all.
Okay, well,
Yep.
maybe we'll talk about that in deliberation. All right. Anything else? Catherine, do you have anything you'd like to add before we close?
No.
Thank you for being here. All right, we'll close. I sympathize or empathize rather with the applicant being right next to some commercial properties. My only sticking point would be the single family facing. I don't know if any other commissioners have qualms about that. I would say if we do step it down to 6 feet along that one side, that we probably take it like halfway down just to provide some added privacy. But anyway, any other commissioners feel differently, the same?
No, pretty much the same. I mean, if we can allow for the 7 feet around the commercial space, and then can we do, on the residential side, can we do the in compliance? Or is that too unorthodox?
It's up to whatever you guys want to do. There might be, this can be any which way. this corner, maybe it's like I think Chris indicated, maybe it's 7 feet here at this kind of corner where it would be most adjacent to the commercial use and then steps down to 6. So it like connects at the rear, right?
Yeah.
And then it's not that abrupt, like, oh, you have 7 foot next to 6 foot, which is kind of silly. So.
Yeah, I think I would feel comfortable with that. I mean, given the exposure of this private site, returning that 7-foot fence at least halfway down or a quarter to halfway down that southwestern property line to me seems acceptable. Given this particular site and its, relation to all these commercial structures. Because in any other case where it's abutting a single family, I think we would request that they step it down to 6 feet.
Can I get clarification? We have allowed abutting to commercial property 8-foot fences?
We have.
Okay.
We have, they have been at the very edge of the district. So behind Workman's Friend and Plaza Midwood, between their parking lot and the start of single family, it was allowed to be 8 feet. And then it stepped down as it came towards the front. And then Paula Pridgeon made her case to do it at the rear kind of corner next to Ed's Tavern on Ideal Way and Park Road. You want to give her 8 feet?
I'm just trying to get clear. The next person that walks up here, I want to know what I'm talking about.
She's only asking for 7, but
Yeah.
we can be flexible.
Yeah,
This is up
I
to
mean,
y'all.
I'm comfortable with leaving it up to the applicant, but we would probably want them to work with staff on how that step down occurs if that becomes part of the motion. Is there anybody? Commissioner Bell, you're on a roll. Okay.
And I'm happy to get us started. I'll make a motion to approve the application for the standards 2.5. And
Commissioner Bell, could you turn on your microphone?
I feel like I'm screaming.
No, you're so soft-spoken.
I'm sorry. I make a motion to approve the application per the standards 2.5 and fencing 8.6, fences and walls 8.6 to 8.7. And, did you want to say something, Christy?
No, keep going.
And asking the applicant to work with staff and leaving it up to the applicant of 7 feet, and work with staff on how that should go down on the residential line.
Okay. And do you want to state why we're doing an exception to the 6-foot rear yard?
Thank you. We're making an exception for this applicant because the applicant on the back and the right side are facing commercial properties.
And rear.
And rear,
Yeah.
sorry. I said the back, but I'm sorry, the rear.
And you've done this similarly for other properties in similar situations.
Okay, so what am I adding? I'm
You've
sorry.
done this, the commission has previously approved exceptions to fence heights for
In similar
properties in
situations.
similar
The
situations.
commission has approved similar applications previously.
Perfect.
Is that okay? Sorry.
Christy, do we need to clearly define where the step down happens, or is that something that you guys feel comfortable working with the applicant on?
I mean, if you want, I will always take specific direction. It makes things so much easier for us.
I'd say, but well, from
A friendly amendment?
friendly amendment, I would say between a quarter and half the run of that left side fence would be appropriate location for a step down, and to leave the rest up to staff.
Great. That's helpful.
This, we're adding this in obviously because of the exposure of the lot and because the left side does adjoin single family.
Did we second? We didn't second.
So sure, we'll reopen for.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to specify one thing, because you had mentioned earlier, I think that we were talking about stepping down to 6.5 feet.
6
but-
feet.
So now we're talking about 6 feet. That's what I wanted to clarify. Okay.
On the,
Just on the left side between 1/4 and 1/2.
because it does abut single family, technically, we want to be kind to those other neighbors of yours. Thank you for your question. We'll again reclose. We have a motion on the table from Commissioner Bell. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wojcik. Any further discussion of the motion? No, okay. Commissioner Whitlock, let's see.
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell.
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth, motion passes 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone have any minutes that they would like to talk about? I've received some notes from Jill. She's not even here today and she sent notes on meeting minutes. So, I mean, I feel like she gets a really big gold star for that.
I didn't have any notes.
She read the June minutes and has one clarification on the motion for 915 Magnolia Avenue, that it should read, she stated the application was not incongruous with the district and that the applicant may. And she went on to say, otherwise, they seem pretty perfect. And now she can't vote, but someone else could vote to incorporate her recommendation.
I vote to incorporate her recommendation to the minutes.
Okay, of the June minutes,
Of the
and
June
you're
minutes.
voting to approve the June minutes?
And I am voting to approve the June minutes.
Okay, do we have a second?
I
Sorry, I'm
second.
taking over Chris's job.
It's all good.
Second.
So this is for the June minutes. Firsted by Commissioner Wojcik, seconded by Commissioner Wheat. We do a traditional round. Commissioner Whitlock, do you approve the June minutes?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth, motion passes 6-0.
Do you have any comments about the May minutes?
The May.
Anybody want to make a motion on the May minutes?
I'll make a
I
motion
make,
Okay,
to approve the May minutes.
okay.
Go right ahead.
I'm making a motion to
What is your motion to disapprove or?
to approve.
Okay.
That's all I gotta say, right?
So Commissioner Wheat makes a motion to approve the May minutes. Do we have a second?
second.
Commissioner Bell, a second. All right. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth, May minutes 6-0.
And just one last time, the commission is hearing cases 15, 16, and 17 at the beginning of the September meeting, along with case number 12. Commissioner Barth, would you like to close out the meeting officially, please?
We have reached the end of the agenda. The time is 6:49. Is there any further? Oh, whoop, jumping ahead, sorry. Starting over. We have reached the end of the agenda. Is there any further business to discuss? With that, this meeting is adjourned at 6:50 PM.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
That's great. So,